Good morning, everyone. I think we'll make a start as it's 10 o'clock. My name is Councillor Susan van der Ven, for members of the public who are watching, and I'm the vice chair of the committee, but I'm chairing. Whoops. 10 o'clock. Sounds good so far. My name is Susan van der Ven, for members of the public who are watching, and I'm the vice chair of the committee, but I'm chairing. Sounds good so far. Oh dear. What do we do now? I think we'll stop the meeting for a moment.
Turn you off.
For today. So if the alarm sounds, I will adjourn the meeting and we will all leave via the fire escape, which is situated halfway along the corridor outside this room next to the kitchen. There are external stairs to the car park and assembly point for today. So if the alarm sounds, I will adjourn the meeting and we will all leave via the fire escape, which is situated halfway along the corridor outside this room. We're going to suspend the meeting for a second. Right. This is our third beginning, but we're going to pick up where we left off. We're having a few technical problems. Number one is apologies for absence and declarations of interest and announcements. Would the Democratic Services Officer please report any apologies for absence?
Apologies for absence received from Councillor Richard Howard, substituted by Councillor Neil Shaler, and Councillor Steve Corney, substituted by Councillor Mandy Smith, and Councillor Sam Clark has given her apologies for the second half of the meeting.
Thank you, Tamar. I'd like to welcome Councillor Jeffrey Seep as a new member of the committee, recently elected, and replacing Councillor Edna Murphy. And I would also like to welcome Councillor Mac McGuire as a new member of the committee, replacing Councillor David Ambrose Smith, and Councillor Ian Gowing, excuse me, who has replaced Councillor McGuire as a substitute member. I won't repeat that. Does any member who wish to declare any disposable pecuniary interest or non-statutory disclosable interest? No? Okay. Thank you. Next item, we are being asked to approve the minutes of the meeting on the 15th of December 2022 as an accurate record. The minutes can be found on pages 5 to 26 of the agenda pack. If any committee member wants to raise a question on the accuracy of, excuse me, the accuracy of the minutes only, please can they do so now? Can you? Yeah, okay. Right, I see no objections, so we will take that as carried unanimously. Next on the agenda is the action log. An updated action log was also included in the published papers for this meeting at pages 27 to 32. Are there any questions on the action log? No? Okay, thank you. Item 3 is petitions and public questions. We have not received any petitions or public questions, so we'll move on to the next item. Item 4, Cambridgeshire Care Sector Strategy of Commission Services on pages 38 to 58, sorry, 33 to 58 of the agenda pack. May I welcome Gurdeep Singh, Head of Commissioning for Adult Social Care, who's here to present the report. Thank you, Gurdeep.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm hoping the mic's working clearly for everybody. Thank you. If I may just introduce the report. This particular report is about ensuring we focus on our commissioning efforts in the most beneficial areas to deliver an equitable range of services in sufficient levels to meet both our current and future needs. The background section explains that COVID-19 has been significant, and we're beginning to implement the Health and Care Act 2022 and building in more solutions to help resolve health inequalities. Paragraph 2.1 moves on to explain the population change backdrop to our commissioning work. Notably, there is a rising older people population, but a marginal decline in adult age population. That doesn't necessarily correspond to the same proportionality when it comes to services. Paragraph 2.2 is a self-assessment on the services which meet needs and those where we need to do more work to better meet needs. So notably, there is room for improvement. This committee heard a paper on the mental health supported accommodation back in December 22, and later on today's agenda, there is a further paper on all age advocacy. Paragraph 2.3 describes some of the challenges that we have in front of us a little further, such as a result of things like COVID-19, there are longer waiting lists, so that puts pressure on care services, particularly in the outside market that we work with. It also describes a lot more about the workforce challenges, including those in specialist skills areas, such as nursing and the more experienced care workers, as well as competition from other sectors. And then finally, paragraph 2.4 makes reference to some opportunities that we are looking at and exploring to see how they can help us address some of those challenges, such as being more transparent and providing more information to care providers so we can do things more concurrently. Further co-production so that we can design in some of the features people are talking about and telling us right from the beginning, so more so than ever before. The social care workforce is a very large singular challenge in its own right, but we're doing more work with partners across the region to help develop a stronger recruitment and retention set of strategies. And then further deepening of provider relationships so that we can explore things like whether or not there's economic assistance for growth, and targeting how we might deploy the market sustainability funds to help improve the overall position of that market. So I asked the committee to note the approach we're taking set out in paragraph 2.1, note and comment in particular on the pressures affecting sufficiency in paragraph 2.3, and then further to endorse the proposed focus that we have set out in paragraph 2.4. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Gurdev. We will now move to questions. Okay. Thank you. We'll do Councillor Slatter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wren. This is quite tricky, Mr. Singh, and I apologise I didn't give you advance warning, but I've been noticing the item later on of Mill View, because obviously that's on my doorstep, where we are seeking to find dementia beds. And it does make me wonder whether there are good enough contacts between the planning application process and the consultation process there, and identifying very early on the scope for enhancing accommodation for older people, particularly as they go through life, and sometimes quite simple add-ons when done at the time of design can save a lot of retrofitting or failure to help. You're nodding, I'm sure you know what I mean, and I do appreciate there are difficulties because these are commercial applications and they will obviously be driven as much by land purchase and building costs. But if it's possible for those consultation automatic forwarding of emails to just take in a wider, throw the net wider, that would be good. I'd be interested to hear back from you later, perhaps, if that has worked or been helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, would you like to give a concise reply? Thanks.
Thank you, yes. So I do understand the point, Councillor Slatter, that you're raising here. The work that we currently do is we do work collaboratively with the district councils, with their planning teams, and also the housing teams to try and shape the information we make available in terms of needs and how that becomes available to developers in the county. The way we are communicating that is we've published what we call our district demand profiles. So at district level, it gives an idea of the quantities and the locations of where we want services, particularly accommodation based. That said, we are still a non-statutory consultee within the local plans. So we are working with the district to help shape some of the words, the paragraphs that we put in to help influence how we can deliver more services for people with care and support needs.
Thank you. Councillor Bowden.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. As ever with the papers which are presented by Gurdev, I'm very impressed by what we have in front of us. This is a high level strategic paper on commission services, so we wouldn't expect to get into that much real detail, but I thought that this laid out both the challenges and the opportunities which we have in front of us very clearly indeed, and I was very grateful for it. There were two questions that I had. The first is, I was pleased in paragraph 2.4.2, where it said that we would publish the district demand profiles for all accommodation-based service, which is an entirely appropriate thing to do. What hasn't been mentioned within the report, certainly hasn't been emphasised within the report, is how we link those district demand profiles with the actual outcomes that we are seeking to achieve. And I think it's very important that the outcomes that we seek to achieve reflect the district demand, which is in those profiles which we're going to be publishing. So I think that linkage is an important one for us to state quite openly. The second question, which is a more general question, is no mention is made here of our quantification of the value of the services that we provide. We provide many different services, many of which are very different from each other, but nevertheless, there's no mention of our quantifying the value of these. And the relevance for that is when we come to have to make decisions, where we have to make choices about how we allocate our limited resources. Nothing is within this report to say how we can manage to use all the information which is provided within here on a quantified basis to guide us as to how we make those choices. But those are the only two comments which I had to make, and I'm very, very supportive of the direction of travel shown in here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chris. Gurdeep, did you want to respond? Thank you.
So thank you. Yes, Councillor Bowden. On the district demand profiles, you're quite right. We haven't said much on the outcomes. We've just published our first iteration, but I will take that on board. Say when we do the revision of it, we should reflect how far we've travelled towards delivering against those demand profile outcomes, certainly. And with regards to the quantification, again, this, as you quite rightly said in the outset, this is a high-level document, and the only set of quantifications I've put in is our current broad expenditure set out in paragraph 2.2.3. But I have mentioned later on that there is social value that we need to draw out, and in itself, it's a quantification which describes effectively the leverage of the expenditure that we put out. So it's something we can evolve as we develop this type of report in the future.
Thank you. Next, Councillor Daunton.
I have two related points, please. One, picking up 2.3.2 and the mention of digital exclusion. And we've talked in this committee before about this, and what are we doing to overcome that? I mean, we know that it is an issue for older people, and we have talked about how we might tackle that. And on the same point, do we have the digital framework, the basic framework, to allow co-production really to take advantage of different services working together? Are they able to work together effectively through the sharing of information digitally? What are we doing about that?
Thank you. Another question for you, Gurdeep. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Daunton. So digitization is a really important point, and you're quite right to raise that. We are doing two broad pieces of work. We're working collaboratively with the ICB with regards to the wider digitalization of social care records. So there is that single transfer of information between health and social care. That is very embryonic. We expect that this 23-24 is a year where we spend quite large sums of money with our care providers, so we have a tangible set of results coming through. More widely though, information accessibility and information for older people and people with disabilities is a workstream area as part of the reforms work that we're dealing with. It is already at a good level. We know it needs to be better still, so it's a targeted piece of work that we are working on.
Thank you. And Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Gurdeep, I reiterate Chris's comments about and how helpful this paper is. I've got two questions. One, on table in 2.2.3, you referred to the costs to us of the various services. And I just wonder whether, to put the whole of the market into context, it's helpful to know what the total number of people and the annual expenditure is for these various things across the whole of the county, so including all the self-funders. And then the other one, picking up on a comment which you made to Philippa about the county council being a non-statutory consultee, or wasn't a statutory consultee. I think that's very unfortunate, and many of the councillors are double-hatted on district councillors. And if you felt that that was something which the district should be picking up and the city should be picking up, then I'm sure we could do that. I think, as far as I'm aware, the county council is a statutory consultee on certain parts of its services, so highways and the like. But if it isn't for this sort of activity, then it certainly should be. And I'd be very happy to see what we can do to help that be implemented.
Thank you, Gurdon.
Certainly. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Yes, so to answer the first point on 2.2.3, the table, it is something I will work on to develop that so it becomes a more wider market picture. We are planning to bring something back to committee. It's in the forward plan for June called the market position statement, which might address the question you just raised there, but I'll just check that outside of this meeting in the first instance. And secondly, with regards to the non-statutory status, you're quite right. Parts of the council is a statutory consultee in planning matters, but social care is not. I will just check one further time on that, because there may be some issues about planning legislation and whether or not the comments that we make actually affect the development itself if we're not mentioned in the local plan, or if our comment isn't directly as a result of something that's in the local plan. So I think there is some work to be done here to try and get a stronger voice. I'm not clear exactly at this point whether becoming a statutory consultee is the solution, but if I may take that point away and revert back.
Thank you. If I may ask a couple of questions. Firstly, to reiterate what others have said, the wonderful paper, and really appreciate the time I've had being able to get to understand it a little bit better. It is one of our two strategic papers. And as such, there are a number of threads that we've touched on in the discussion so far that pop up all through our agenda today. I'm thinking of social value. That will be, how do we measure that? How do we quantify the results of of the work we commission? The question on the status of our status as statutory consultee, or the missing status, it strikes me that under the ICS and the principle of collaboration for integrated services, that would be quite a compelling argument, in my view, for making necessary adjustments, and particularly with the demographic projections that may vary between district and county social services. And finally, I wanted to just sort of note the evolving understanding of care together, which is an approach, I think, and the appendix in this paper is really useful to understand how various services are set out and differentiated, but just to follow the sort of the track of how care together is evolving, and that too will come up in future papers. Thank you.
So if I may provide some feedback on those three broad areas. With regards to social value, it is a central feature now at our officer level. We are, as we commission new pieces of work, we're drawing out what is the social value created as a result of that piece of work. One thing to note, and perhaps members do already know this, apologies if I'm repeating something that's already known, social value is defined in our case as being things that would not have normally have occurred as a result of delivering that service that we can draw back in, as opposed to social care being delivering social value. So it's over and above the norms. That's the first instance. So it becomes a little harder when our daily life is about delivering social value or social benefit. We do at officer level have a framework to measure that. It's called the TOMS framework, and it's part of a framework where a large number of local authorities use, and we are part of that. So we're using that as a mechanism to measure the value, which will now start to quantify as we commission new services. On the second point about working with health and the statutory consultation, that's a really, really good point. So I will take that away, because health do comment both at local primary care level and secondary care level in major consultations when it comes to planning applications. What we don't do, we've probably not done so historically, is across the health and care sector, whether we collect jointly and whether that adds weight to our status. So it is something I will take away for this. And thirdly, on Care Together, you're quite right. It's described in the document. It is an approach. The objective behind Care Together is ensuring that people remain happy, healthy, and their well-being and independence is at home in the first instance. So it's providing all the services necessary for people to remain as long as possible in their homes. And if it's something members wanted, we would then prepare a paper for later in the year where we can evidence some of the changes that have been made as a result of Care Together.
Thank you. Would you like to come back quick? Thanks.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. And thank you for the question that you just raised, which elicited the response from Gurdev, where he mentioned that there is a framework which officers are using for the potential measurement of social value. I think that's of massive importance. And I wonder if there's any possibility that that information could be circulated to members about that, so that we could do a bit of research ourselves on it and understand as early as possible in the process what's involved in that, with your agreement, Chair.
Very good idea. Thank you. Well, I'm sure that's been minuted. We have a final question, I think, from Councillor Shaler. Thank you, Councillor Shaler, and you're substituting today, so really appreciate your input.
Yes, and I apologise in advance. I'm sort of playing catch up here. I noticed the word prevention in 1.6, and obviously this is about getting before this stage in terms of bone strength, mobility, exercise, this sort of thing. And I guess this is even higher level, but it's about cooperation between various different entities. The cost in human misery as well as cost in price is what we're looking at here. I wonder if there could be a few comments about the potential to get ahead of the time when people will need this sort of level of care. I know we're all playing catch up here because of budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome to the Adults and Health Committee. Everything must be about prevention, I think. Absolutely. Can we, Gurdev, would you like to respond on that point?
Certainly. And thank you, Councillor Taylor. So to some degree, Care Together is about prevention, because it is in the early stages of somebody's journey in the care and health and care sector. But it's also about once they receive that care in their own homes. We do have a work area called Early Intervention and Prevention, and it is trying to find those services to match the needs for people prior to or on the edge of care. So that includes things like making available technology in people's homes so that they can continue through adaptations to remain as independent as possible, and avoiding them needing to go into care homes by way of example. It's an area we know we want to do a lot more on, because naturally, the more we can help people to remain independent, the happier they are. And consequently, it allows us to focus our limited resources in areas where there are greater needs. So it is definitely an area of work that's of prime importance to us.
Thank you. And thank you for the question. I think we have a final question from, no, not at all. Thank you very much. Councillor Bird.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for you, Chair. I was just wondering, has it made an impact on a lot of the care homes closing? And the independence is very important. I've got to agree with you. Myself, I live in a place where she's fully adapted for me, so I can do everything. And it is important for somebody's well-being. So the more we can do, the better. So thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bird. Gurdev, did you want to respond?
So certainly we have seen care home closures in our county over the past 12 months. I think fortunately is not as many perhaps as some other local authorities might well have faced. It is something we have on our daily to-do list to check the resilience and well-being of providers, and we do that all the time, and we're working with them proactively to see what we can do to help them to remain in business, because they're there to deliver care services that are vital to our requirements. It's something which I allude to in the paper, where perhaps going forwards, we want to have a more deeper relationship with providers so that we can start helping them move out of COVID and back in towards growth, because that's what we require with our aging population.
Great. Thank you very much. So I don't see any more questions, and anyway, we drawn a line. So we will move now to the recommendations. It is recommended that the Adults and Health Committee note the approach commissioners are developing to manage demand information at a local community level as set out in paragraph 2.1. B, to note and comment on the pressures affecting market sufficiency and resilience levels as set out in paragraph 2.3, and C, to endorse the proposed focus to improve market sufficiency and resilience levels as set out in paragraph 2.4. I have a feeling that the committee supports this unanimously, so we will take the recommendations as carried. Thank you very much. Gerda will be with us, I think, for another couple of items, so thank you. So item 5 is a review of the Learning Disability Partnership Section 75 Pooled Budget Financial Risk Share Arrangements, which can be found on pages 59 to 68 of the agenda pack. Committee will note that an amendment to the report recommendations has been put forward by Councillor Howitt, and I'm taking his place today, and seconded by Councillor Chris Bowden. The amendment was circulated to committee and published on the website in advance of the meeting. Please note that I will take the amendment later in the debate. I'm first going to ask Gerda, please, to present the report, and then we will take the next step. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. This particular report is about changing the proportion of money that the County Council contributes to the Learning Disability Partnership Services, which is an integrated service with the ICB. The report explains that a review of these proportions was agreed, but the work to do it was delayed during the past few years. In the early days, it was COVID took upon us, and therefore we paused on this particular work. And more latterly, in the last 12 months or so, the formation of the ICB meant we couldn't continue with that plan. And so we need to get the ICB to refocus on this. Consequently, as a local authority, we commissioned a high-level review, which the report talks about, to help us with the negotiations with the ICB. The consultant's report was shared with the ICB, and now the ICB has re-engaged with us as a local authority. The report itself, which I've drawn out into this document, indicates that on completion of about 700 assessments, the projected benefits to the County Council are between 7 million and 11 million pounds per annum. So this is quite a large range in the numbers, but quite a large number nevertheless. This is in part extrapolated from a small sample size that we carried out prior to the pausing of this piece of work. The report goes on to outline some of the options, and the ICB wish to work with us on this. However, the ICB will want to negotiate any final result. So I asked the committee for agreement to pursue option 3, which is the approach that we're recommending set out in paragraph 2.5. Note the financial summaries from the Red Quadrant report based on the projected volumes and the change in acuity, and delegate a negotiated settlement to the Section 151 officer and the Director of Commissioning. And with the amendment that the Chair's mentioned, for the committee to note that in the event a fair and equitable negotiated settlement isn't reached, then there is an option 6, about terminating the arrangements with the ICB. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think what we'll do is to take the amendment first of all, as that's really important. I will read out the amendment. In line with paragraph 2.5 of the report, and with the intention to maintain and develop services to people with learning disabilities, indicates the County Council's intention to serve notice to the Integrated Care Board to end the pooled budget arrangements should the current negotiations about rebalancing finances not be successful and fully in line with the terms of the agreement. I have a seconder for the amendment, Councillor Chris Bowden. Chris, would you like to speak to the amendment now, or would you prefer to defer your contribution?
I'm happy to do so now, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is with some sadness and sorrow that I'm seconding this, but it's an entirely appropriate amendment to have been put forward by the chair of the committee. And it's entirely correct, I believe, for this committee to agree to this amendment. Because what the amendment is making clear is that we are giving authority to serve notice to terminate or significantly to amend or restrict the Section 75 notice, which has been in place now for some 20 years, so far as the Learning Disability Partnership is concerned. And the reason I'm sorry about it, of course, is that the whole concept of the Learning Disability Partnership is an entirely appropriate and correct one, where we are looking at the system as a whole rather than having our silo mentality of healthcare being looked after by the NHS and social care being looked after by CCC. So we're doing entirely the correct thing and have been doing it, as I say, in this case, for 20 years, well before the current system of the ICS was instituted. And for that matter, I think even before the CCG system was instituted, going back to the previous set of health reforms. So it's an entirely appropriate thing for us to be doing as far as the whole system is concerned. But I have been very disappointed by the response from our health service partners as far as this is concerned, because this, as the report makes clear, isn't a new issue. It's not that it's only emerged in the last few months. We started this 3 years ago, back in 2020, when recognizing that there was clearly a disparity between the percentages of cost between health and social care and the percentages of the liability between health and social care, that we sought this review to take place. And I know that we've had COVID in between, which has been a very disruptive process, but it does seem to me that the health service side has not adequately engaged in the request that was made for this to be reviewed. And again, I feel that it is the silo mentality which has come in here, because it's not actually in the health services interest to look at this from their budget point of view. But the whole purpose of the ICS, the Integrated Care System of the new Health Act, was to allow us to look at things from a system-wide point of view. And from a system-wide point of view, it's abundantly clear that the partnership is exactly the sort of thing which should be being done, not merely as far as learning disability is concerned, but more widely than that. But part of a partnership is that there is give and take on both sides, and that it's looked at in a fair way. And where things do change, that you do reassess the share of costs between the two partners. And that was never part of the system of the learning disability partnerships. So it's not built into the system, but having taken 3 years up to this point to try to get this to be reviewed, and we still aren't in a position of having it reviewed, I think it's appropriate for us, I'm sorry to say, for us to say, if the health service really isn't going to treat this as a partnership, then unfortunately the partnership as it currently works will need to be either amended, restricted, or stopped. Now, it's quite a big step for us to take, but I feel that we've been more than patient as far as this issue is concerned, and that's why I was more than happy to support the proposal by the chair that recommendation D is put into this paper. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Bowden. We will now have a debate on the amendment. I don't know if I'm allowed to speak twice. I think I would like to say that the amendment, in my view, really serves to highlight something that is in the report already. It's kind of producing an executive summary through the recommendations of what this report seeks to do. It is a really good service, and we hope it won't come to it, but this is part of the process of review and decision. So we'll open this to debate. A comment from Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. My two questions. One, just to confirm, as we hope this amendment is, that it is helpful to you in your negotiations. And then secondly, in paragraph 2.7, you talk about the need potentially for a regular annual or biannual review of the pooled budget service. So whilst you will be negotiating about all the historic packages and getting a fair split for those, I think we all need to recognise that there will be further negotiations going forward, and hopefully that will be helpful for the health service to recognise that they do have the opportunity to keep on top of whatever is agreed about the fair share of the splitting the costs.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. So first of all, yes, it is helpful for this amendment to be approved. And secondly, just for clarification, that regular review isn't necessarily an ongoing negotiation, but it's putting in place a mechanism that allows us to avoid being this far apart again in the future. So it's an ongoing check and then a reconciliation or rebalancing.
Thank you. We have a question from Councillor Sieff. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, first of all, let me apologise. I'm coming to this new. I work under the principle that if I don't understand something, I'm going to ask a dumb question, but I'm going to ask it just the same. So I apologise for doing this. And there's a history, which I clearly don't know. But could I ask what the impact of pulling triggering the nuclear option, as it were if it ever came to it? I mean, what is the financial impact for a start on the county if you were to not continue negotiating? And more importantly, of course, what might be the impact on the service itself?
Thank you, Jeff. Gurdon.
Thank you, Chair. So if I can just describe the impact on the service first and then come back to the impact. Irrespective of how the service discussions are resolved, the impact to the end user, the person that we're supporting, they wouldn't see a difference. There would still be an integrated health and care system. What would be different is what goes on behind the scenes and how the management is configured and how the support is arranged. So that respect, there's no impact to the end user. With regards to what is the financial implications, respectfully, I chose not to put that in this report at this time. So if that's agreeable, I'd rather keep that confidential as part of the discussion that we may have at officer level.
Thank you. We have a question from Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to understand more why the recommendation is for option 3 and not option 4.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. The difference between the two is the scope of those services that are included in the discussion. The opportunity of keeping in option 3 gives us the widest scope. So it gives us the widest opportunity for improvement, both in two ways. One is to establish whether or not that split of funding is moved from its current position towards whether it's 70-30, 60-40. But secondly, it gives us an opportunity to look at the 100% health funded packages and the 100% care funded packages, see whether or not they are fit for purpose. And so collectively as a system to establish whether or not we've got the most economic benefit from the services being delivered. But nevertheless, both options are the closest preferred options.
Thank you. So we're still on the amendment. Does anyone have a final question on the, Philippa Slatter, do you have a question on the amendment? We'll come back, but we will debate the paper afterward. This is only on the amendment. Okay. No problem. Thank you. Okay. We will now move to vote on the amendment only. Does anyone object to the amendment? No. Okay, we will take that then as carried. And let's see, sorry. We haven't written debate. All right, we're now going to debate the whole amended paper. Councillor Slatter, I think we'll start with you.
Yes, some remarks and a question. To be honest, I don't actually believe in option 4 because I don't believe there is such a thing as 100% healthcare or 100% social care. But I know what you mean because you've got to label things, you've got to decide things. However, I would put in a plea for a return to things like the old flexible care service, where you are actually having pooled people and you have well-trained social care people and you have helpful and collaborative nurses and you learn from one another and from the patients, and then you get better preventative care. And this should be seen by the NHS as a good idea, really, because if it avoids some people coming through the acute doors and it helps people come out of the acute doors, that is clearly good news financially and for the people involved. So it's that flexibility. And what I don't envy you is trying to decide, you know, how you put the split. It seems to me like it has to be something that's done not quite on a daily basis, but on a case by case. So-and-so really needs some preventative in this particular area. And this works with learning disabilities particularly. It's not a progressive decline. It is ups and downs, good days, bad days. Some things can be, some decline can be delayed or avoided altogether. And certainly some complexities and acute problems can often be avoided with the right sort of supervision and cooperation. So it's more, do you think that is possible when it comes to actually the commissioner side of it, the really difficult bit that you do? I think that washing somebody's hair in the right way and talking and listening is actually a good blend of both health and social care, but I know that it makes life difficult for you, but is it possible?
Gurdif.
Thank you, Chair. So Councillor Slatter, please be assured the health and social care practices remain independent of the financial discussion. So they're never, one doesn't influence the other. And the health and social care practices follow our best practice guidance, which social care practitioners, particularly, as well as the health practitioners as part of the LDP, follow, and we rigidly enforce and also audit and continue training. So the idea of the person receiving care and support will always be that, with that being the primary intention. The way the financials are worked out is through how the assessments are then converted into care plans and the money comes in later on. And from that, we can then quantify what those splits should be. But there is a distinct separation of the quality of care practice delivered and the financials.
Thank you. Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Chair. Talking about the motion as a whole, I supported the motion before it was amended, and I continue to support the motion now that it has been amended. And you will be aware, Chair, that I possibly alone, with the possible exception of the Director of Public Health, but I have the experience of being on both sides of this equation, having been the board member on the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough CCG for finance and performance. So I've actually seen how this operates on the commissioning side from the NHS side, as well as, of course, from the side that we all see here in the County Council on Social Care. And you will also recognise, Chair, that I have not blindly followed a party political line on the subject of the new Health Act. And I have been on record in this committee as saying that I felt that it was inadequately failed to address the challenges of the old system, wasn't radical enough, and continued to allow silo mentality to exist so far as the health and social care side is concerned. This service that we have, the Learning Disability Partnership, is a prime example of what we should be aiming towards more generally. And it is really sad that it has come to the state that it has as far as the disagreement, the negotiations or lack of negotiations between the CCC and the health service are concerned. And I feel that this is symptomatic of the comments I've made previously about the inadequacy of the ICS and the Health Act, that it fails adequately to bring together health and social care. It wasn't radical enough. And I have to say that I have brought this to the attention of the Secretary of State for Health, who happens to be my MP, just as an example of how the new system isn't working properly. And that's not a criticism, it's in no way a criticism of the County Council, let me say. And I'm not trying to criticise the health side specifically here, just to say that they're operating within the new ICS arrangements. And those arrangements still fail to break down the barriers sufficiently between health and social care. Now, I fully agree with the comments made by Councillor Slatter just now about what has to happen in practice so far as this service is concerned. But I think that it's important to place on, or for me to place on record my concern that if we have this problem with the well-established Learning Disability Partnership, then it doesn't bode well for the whole wide range of partnerships that we have, which aren't formalized in this way, between ourselves and the health service, and which are operated through the ICB. So I am concerned about that, and I want to place that concern on record. But I fully support the motion which we have in front of us as amended. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bowden. I don't think you're asking a question so much, so I won't ask you to respond, Gurdev. Have we any other questions or comments? Okay, if not, I think I would just say that 20 years is a long time, and this seems a very natural process, as well as anything. Everything should be reviewed after 20 years. And there should be some opportunities in this review, and I'm interested to know, you know, we've talked a lot about what an excellent service this is and the example that it sets. And it's actually, in that regard, it's really helpful to have this in the spotlight for the other work that we're doing. But I wonder, in the course of this enormous amount of case review work, I don't know if that's the right term, will there be an opportunity also to learn what can be done better in practice in the service itself? I could put that question to you. Thank you.
So the short answer is yes. Part of the review process is testing whether or not our processes are fit for purpose as part of this. There's bound to be opportunities for improvement. And as we get that, we will then incorporate that into our best practices. And that's not just on our side, but it's also on the side of the ICB, the health side as well. So because of the joint nature of the service.
Okay, thank you. I think just before we go to the recommendations, I think I would also add that this committee's work, and this is one example, is so complex, and there's so much to learn all the time. And I know that we are always able to ask for training and development, and that can be individually or in groups. I know I've asked to go and see some learning disability supported housing, which I'm hoping to do in the next few weeks. So if there's anything that you would like to explore further, that's one of the privileges of being on this committee. Okay, so we will now move to the report recommendation, which I think I need to read out. A, endorse the recommended approach as set out in paragraph, sorry, this is the right one, isn't it? Yeah. 2.5 of option 3, to seek to adjust the risk share to a level between 70-30 and 60-40, depending on the outcome of reassessment activity. B, agree the associated financial impact outlined within this report. And C, delegate the responsibility to reach a negotiated settlement to the Section 151 officer and the Director of Commissioning. And D, in line with paragraph 2.5 of the report, and with the intention to maintain and develop services to people with learning disabilities, indicates the County Council's intention to serve notice to the Integrated Care Board to end the pooled budget arrangements should the current negotiations about rebalancing finances not be successful and fully in line with the terms of the agreement. Do we have any dissenters? No. Okay, we will take that then as no objections, so we will take the recommendations as carried. Thank you. You'll notice that Gerda is still at the table. I hope your water bottle has something left in it. So we've now, for those of you who are new today, we've now discussed the two main strategic items, and we always give a bit more ample time for those given their broad nature. So we will now be moving to our next section, and we'll be a little bit more concise, I think, on these items to keep to time, but we're doing very well. We're 6 minutes ahead of ourselves. So, oops, where are we? Right. Okay. We're now on item 6, an update on cost of care and market sustainability planning in adult social care on pages 69 to 132 of the agenda. Joe Melvin, Strategic Lead, Adult Social Care Commissioning, will present this report. Thank you, Joe.
Sorry. As part of the government's adult social care reform agenda, councils are or have been required to undertake a cost of care exercise in respect of home care and older people's care homes, and to publish these reports by the 27th of February. Also, there is a requirement to develop a market sustainability plan for local adult social care markets and to submit and publish these on the 27th of March. The cost of care exercises were completed in summer 2022 and submitted to the Department of Health and Social Care as required in October. And these reports were then published on the 27th of February. And there's a link to those documents both in the paper and obviously published on the council's website. This report summarises those key findings from those reports, namely that both exercises have been helpful in improving our understanding of the costs of providing care in Cambridgeshire, and that we're grateful to the around 50% of local providers who've participated in those exercises. We have to acknowledge that the cost of care is not intended to set fee levels, and that the council will continue to use its competition and negotiation in order to secure best value for the care provision it purchases. Those reports together suggested a gap of around £23 million in the older people and home care sector of the care market in Cambridgeshire. But in reality, the size of the gap is across the entire adult social care market. So beyond just those two parts in Cambridgeshire, it is unknown. And it is quite clear that the council will struggle to close a gap of that size without significant additional funding from central government to do so. And by way of an example, the £1.57 million that the government gave to Cambridgeshire towards closing the gap of those cost of care in 22-23 is clearly insufficient in terms of closing a gap of in excess of £23 million. So officers are currently developing a market sustainability plan, which sets out how best we can ensure Cambridgeshire's local care market remains sustainable over the next 2 years, given the levels of pressures and funding that we see in the market and the level of funding available to us from central government. Committees asked to note both the reports and the ongoing work to develop the market sustainability plan, and is asked to give delegated responsibility to the Director of Adult Social Services for approval of the market sustainability plan in order that we can meet the Department of Health and Social Care's timescales for publication of the report, which is the 27th of March this year. And I'm happy to take any questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Jo. Councillor Jordan.
Thank you, Chair. Again, a very clearly presented report on something which is quite complicated, to be honest. So thank you very much indeed to officers for the way in which the report was produced. And it is ever so valuable to produce this information. I know it's been forced on us in a sense by central government, but it's really valuable because it provides not merely for our benefit, but for central government's benefit, a much clearer indication about what demand there is, what the cost of demand is, and how that reflects against the amount of resources currently available. All extremely valuable. The one question I have is to do with the resilience and accuracy of the data that we have provided. And my reason for saying that is, and it's been done quite openly within the report, nothing's been hidden here, but only just over half of the care providers actually responded to the exercise that was undertaken last year. Now, I accept from what's in the report that clearly that is much more than half of the market as a whole, because it appears that the larger providers were much more accommodating, much more able to respond than smaller ones. So in terms of the percentage of the whole market, it's much more than the 53.8%, which is mentioned in the report. But nevertheless, to what extent, and have we tried to evaluate to what extent there has been maybe some error or some potential error in the numbers that we've provided as a result of particularly skewing this towards the larger providers rather than the smaller ones. So has there been any sensitivity analysis done, and is that able to be shared with us all about just how much these numbers may potentially be out?
Thank you. Jo, could we ask you to answer that question? Thanks.
Yep, no problem. I think they're really valid points. And in terms of additional sensitivity analysis, everything that has been undertaken within the activity itself is shared within the report. The issue that we have with the exercise, I guess, as a whole, is that it's very difficult to convey the natural variations and fluctuations in care costs, because they can be determined by a number of things, including people's individual needs, the location, the availability of workforce. If we're talking about a care home, it can be the land values and capital associated. And for that reason, for our perspective, the median value is somewhat limited. And so for us, we think that a range of costs of care is more realistic. And for that reason, that is why in the report we've said that although it's been helpful to help us understand, we recognise the limitations, if you like, with the report, and that it is not fully representative of the full scope of providers and doesn't take note of the complexity and those variations in the model. So it's a helpful tool, but in terms of a median value, I think it's of some use, but potentially limited.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. My comments, Joe, are remarkably similar to Chris's. So the first one about the market sustainability plan, do we have any idea about what government are going to do with it once they get it? And secondly, I'm extremely keen that we highlight the main findings from your work about the gap, 25 million or whatever it is gap, and explain that we could pay more if only the government gave us more. And that to me is the main message that we should be putting across in. And that is a slightly more political message perhaps than a technical message than you would get from this study. The second one, picking up on Chris's point, is about the smaller homes that didn't respond. Do you have any even anecdotal evidence as to whether they charge more or less than the other providers, and whether that would skew the median results that you're getting? Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
I think it's very difficult to answer that question in terms of specific fee rates of different providers, simply because there is so much variation. So, for example, in our care home market in particular, we have different fee rates and for different care types in different localities because it's a very localised market. So I think I would be giving an opinion rather than fact if I was to answer that question. In terms of the market sustainability plan and government's plans going forward, we have some understanding that the market sustainability plan and the approach will be something that the government will see through at least over the next 2 years until the general election. And I believe that will be an expectation to regularly update and share a kind of review of the progress in terms of the market sustainability plan. And I anticipate that we'll be asked to provide an update in the winter of 2023 in terms of the market sustainability plan. But beyond that, it remains to be seen.
Thank you. Oh, yes, Will Patman, thanks.
If I just can follow up on the question, if I may, around the smaller homes, the fact that they haven't responded, and is there a differentiation? I think Joe's right that we don't have the evidence in front of us, but the notion that smaller homes, for example, don't have the same economies of scale of the much larger providers, you know, so whether that's, you know, how much they pay for their utilities, or you know, the cost of recruiting per member of staff, those sorts of things suggest that the cost of delivering care for smaller providers is likely to be more than the cost of our larger providers. I don't know if that's helpful.
That would have been my guess, but that, as I say, that's a guess rather than a acknowledgement. But yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Slatter, Philippa.
Yes, more or less on the same theme. I'm noticing the difference between the response rate of the care homes and of the domiciliary. And if you were trying to work it out for yourself, you would think, yes, the smaller homes, they could have, they can't take advantage of economies of scale, and they haven't even got time to fill in the survey, which might help them. Or they're not really convinced, as you suggest in your report, that it's going to be worth taking that time out and losing that lunch hour or whatever else is. That would be perfectly understandable. And it would be quite nice if we could just make it up instead, because you probably know what they cost. Is that on record? Yes. But we know what if it was still a county council home, you would have access to the books. When they're not, we don't have access to the books. We do need people to tell us the figures. The other side, you've got the domiciliary. You say they are the biggest providers. So these are large agencies, presumably, who not only could have economies of scale by, where they order their clothes from or wherever, but there's also the issue of transport and the amount people move about and the amount you can clump the clients together. And one realizes you can't suddenly change that because continuity of care is an element. But when you get a new client, can they be put on the same route, as it were? But they're not responding. And do we have no power to actually ask them or even make them say? Because if this means that they're not maybe taking advantage of the IT they could use if they ask for help, or maybe we are paying too much. That's, what the layperson will be thinking, I think, reading this very helpful report. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe, if you could give a concise answer on that one, as we have just a few more minutes on this item.
Yeah,
thanks.
The exercise is not something that we can mandate a response to. And throughout the process, we have tried very, very hard and repeatedly to engage all providers in the market, to the point that we extended the deadline several times. We offered additional support to providers across the board to enable them and to support them to take part in the exercise. But ultimately, I think it's just a position that we have to respect in terms of providers either choosing not to engage for whatever reasons they may have. In terms of some of the information around different providers, when we do some of our annual negotiations around annual uplifts, there are sometimes we work with providers to fill in a particular type of document that helps to set out their costs. So there is some, what we would say, soft intelligence, if you like, around some of the a range of different providers in the market, but that isn't something that would be encapsulated in the cost of care report, but that is something that we use to help inform some of our commissioning strategy.
Thank you very much. Just before we go to the commendation, I'd just like to make a couple of points to highlight what you said at the beginning, that this is only one sector. This is only one component of what we do. This is about care homes and home care. And it doesn't touch on learning disabilities and mental health. So that's a rather important missing factor if we're going to be circling around a headline gap funding figure. And I think we really need to keep that in mind. Also, there are so many questions here around workforce, retention, migration. It goes without saying that if there's a higher wage elsewhere in the sector, that will cause depletion in some areas. And so I hope that these points will be, I'm sure they will be highlighted in the response. And later on, when the CQC comes, we'll have a chance to tell them too. So I guess I'm not really asking a question, but if there's anything that you wanted to respond to on that one.
I think it would just be to provide reassurance that we are fully cognizant of those factors. And actually in the market sustainability plan that we are drafting at the moment, we have taken the decision to try and widen the scope of that in terms of the feedback we give to the Department of Health and Social Care. And we are looking at the market in its entirety, because we understand that if we invest in only two parts of the market and not others, that will have a negative effect on the market as a whole, but also in particular some of those workforce challenges. So within the strategy at the moment, there is also a real focus on our recruitment and retention approach to the care workforce as well. So yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'll go to the recommendations. A, to note the published cost of care exercises. B, note ongoing work to produce a market sustainability plan in line with government requirements. C, delegate responsibility for approval of the market sustainability plan to the Director of Adults and Social Care. Sorry, Adults and Safeguarding. I think there's consensus around the room. Yeah. Okay, we will take that as carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we will move next to item 7, which is procurement of additional respite service capacity for adults, respite for adults with learning disabilities and autism, on pages 133 to 144 of the agenda pack. Tony Bodden, Commissioning Manager for Learning Disabilities and Autism, will present this report. Thank you very much, Tony.
Hi, good morning. Yeah, this is the report for the procurement of additional respite for adults with autism and learning disability in Cambridgeshire. It's an essential sort of service to give carers a break for people with autism, to have a change of scenery whilst that happens, and also learn skills, meet other people, and have a generally a very sort of positive experience. And what we were asking for is to approve the commissioning of the respite services on a 5-year basis. Initially, then on a 3-year extension, on a 2-year extension, which gives us a 10-year service contract. And specifically, it will be for the commissioning of 4 shared beds, which is a current provision at approximately £290,000 per annum, plus the remodelling and the development of 2 in-house single service beds at an indicative cost of £477,000 per annum.
Thank you very much. Have we got any questions? No, Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Chair. I think that the role that is played by so-called unpaid carers, and I don't actually like that phrase very much, although it very clearly describes what happens, but the role that is played by unpaid carers, many of whom are relatives, of course, of the individuals concerned, that role is massively, massively undervalued. It's really an important part of the whole provision of care which is given to individuals with autism and learning disabilities, and it's all too frequently just taken for granted because there's no budget line for it. And that's why I so support the concept which is within this report of there being these additional 2 beds made available for respite. And I thought that the 2 examples which were given in Appendix A of cases of to exemplify what this is about, I think that was really helpful, especially the second one. And the more that we're given examples like this to explain what this means for individuals, the better our understanding can be about how we make decisions about future expenditure. So I very much support what is being suggested here. I am not hung up in the slightest about whether these additional beds end up being in-sourced or externally sourced. I'm more than happy to leave that to officers to work out what is the most appropriate thing to do. I'd rather not get involved in the difficulties that will be in making that decision. Thank you very much indeed. So I'm very happy for the delegation to be made as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chris. Anyone else? Jerry, thanks.
That's better. Thank you, Chair. And I have to agree with Councillor Bowden there about the unpaid carers, hate the word. And I know it's something that everybody uses, but without them, we'd be in a right state. And I think, you know, we should applaud them for the work they do. And perhaps one day a government will give them money to help, so these families can have respites, because that is important. Otherwise, the whole system breaks down. So I think this is really good. So thank you very much.
Councillor Slatter.
Could I just ask, because it didn't seem clear from the report, and I apologise if I've missed it, how does this fit in with the respite care that's given in the form of a carer going to somebody's home, which sometimes is really important because they actually feel more at home there? And does this also include people going, carers going in and staying overnight for 2 or 3 nights, which gives the family that respite so that they can go away? How do these different forms of respite care fit together, please?
Yeah, we did some engagement about respite generally, although this report is specifically about accommodation based. But we did ask parents and carers and providers in the market about other forms of respite as well. And one of those would be people going into one's own house. That depends very much on the social care assessment at the time. And for some people that works. We also have something called shared lives provision. So that's where the looked after person will actually go to the carer's home. So there's different ways and means of giving the families and the informal carers a break. So this by no means a one size fits all for everybody. There's kind of, we're hoping to kind of grow the offer that we have to best fit people's requirements for this. But this one for the accommodation based is often for people for whom having a carer come into the home may not be compatible if there's other children in the home as well, when they also need a break from the person that's been looked after. So there's like a range of support that we give based on the individual needs.
Super quick. Thank you.
It's in 2.14, and that is the advantage of doing it in-house. It includes that interplay, presumably, because these might be the same people helping the need.
Yes, yeah, they'd be well known to people. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. So, but of course, this report is really to commission those beds, and for all the reasons given. I don't think we have any other questions. I'd just like to endorse everything that's been said, the strong support for really important service. And I think also to give our thanks to friends and family who play that critical role that we're so well aware of. And also, I think to note the increased difficulties that well, I guess the term is challenging behaviors, but that indicates that things are harder, and that's not just something that we're seeing in learning disabilities. And so thank you for the report. If I could move to the recommendations, which is a lot to read in the 2 minutes that I have left. We're to recommend to approve the commissioning of respite services for people with learning disabilities and or autism on a 5-year basis from 1 November 2023, with an option for a 3-year extension and a further option for a final 2-year extension. This will cost 767,500 annually, a total of 7,675,000 over the total term of the contract, and extension periods split as below into shared and single beds. Commissioning of 4 shared beds at 290,000 per annum outsourced. Development of 2 in-house single service beds at 477,500 per annum insourced. B, delegate approval of award and extension periods and execution of agreement and extension periods to the Director of Adults and Safeguarding. C, delegate the decision to outsource 2 single service beds if required, that is, if we do not insource, to the Director of Adults and Safeguarding. And D, delegate the decision on additional future shared or single service beds within the contract period to the Director of Adults and Safeguarding, provided the costs can be covered within the current funding envelope. I think, looking around the table, that is unanimously supported. So we will take the recommendation as carried. And thank you so much for your reports. Thank you. We now move to item 8 on the agenda, which is procurement of care and support in extra care on pages 145 to 154 of the agenda pack. Lynn O'Brien, Commissioning Manager for Adults, joins us to present this report. Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you very much, Councillor van der Ven. This morning, this report is to outline the procurement approach regarding the tender of 2 contracts for care and support in 2 extra care housing schemes in Cambridgeshire. The first scheme is Millview at Hawkston, and the second scheme is Willow Court in Whittlesea. Extra care housing is a very important part of the council's prevention agenda, whilst the council does everything it can to enable people to live in their own homes independently in terms of the provision of home care services. Some people need to move to extra care housing, and basically that's accommodation that's been specifically developed with the needs of older people in mind, and there's a 24/7 care contract on site, so they can provide planned care for people during the day and overnight, and also respond to emergency calls. The report outlines sort of various details about the scheme, and also includes what I consider to be a very positive case study actually on page 152. I'll just leave it there and respond to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bowden.
Again, Chair, not a question, but a couple of statements. The first is to thank officers for the case study, which I thought, again, it puts a human dimension onto the numbers and the text that we get for these reports. And I felt that the case study really did make a difference in terms of explaining what the report was about. And the second comment I'd like to make is to do with Willow Court, which is in my division. And I have to say that the reports which come from residents in Willow Court are all very, very positive indeed about the services provided at Willow Court. And I'd like to share that with the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Bowden. Does anyone else wish to speak on this item? Councillor Slatter, you want to ask something? Please go ahead.
This is tricky for me because my earlier question reflected the fact there was a planning application in the area, and I'm wondering if we learn from Millview, and I think it's probably best pursued with officers outside this meeting. Thank you.
Thanks. I think I'd like to ask a question, please. Sorry. The social value, thank you. Just can't find the right paragraph, but the expectation of social value, and I did raise this earlier on in our meeting, I'm curious as to how this is something that we will recognize, and is it something that we can track and see the progress of and learn from? And that's a question. And I am interested in the long-term nature of the contract, which I understand gives a really good opportunity to develop the workforce and to allow that security in these 2 schemes. Oh, and additionally, I guess I would note my only experience as a councillor is the Melbourne Extra Care scheme, which provides its own care. And I thought that was the norm, but that isn't necessarily so. I think that's the exception to the rule. And I believe we are not prescribing one way or the other in this case. And we will see what bids come in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. The social value portal is used to actually measure social value. So I haven't personally got experience of the portal, but my understanding is that bidders indicate on their bid which
Yeah.
Oh, I'm on now. Yeah, so the social value portal measures the themes and outcomes and measures that bidders have indicated in as part of their bid for the service, and the system just measures it. I'm afraid I don't know the frequency or anything like that, but I assume it produces reports. In terms of the schemes, you mentioned that in some cases it will be the landlord that may be providing the carer support in a particular scheme if they've been successful in winning the bid for a contract. In others, it will be a totally separate care organisation. But obviously, as part of the contract, what we do ask is that there's a service level agreement that's signed between the two organisations, because what we would want is that, as far as people are concerned that are living in the schemes, is that it's to them a seamless service, and therefore it's very good. It's very important, if you like, that there's a strong cooperation between the two organisations. Sorry, I've forgotten with the faff about the mic what the third point was, Councillor van der Ven.
I think I was only making an observation about the long-term nature of the contract being a positive thing. So I guess that wasn't so much a question, but thank you. I think in terms of the social value, it would be really good for us as a committee to have a way of looking at this in due course. And perhaps we can get our officers' advice as to when that makes sense. I'm looking at Will.
Yeah, I think it would be very helpful if we bought probably a paper, a strategic paper that described the work that we've done around social value and the things that are working well and the areas that we think need improvement and where we think we can improve. That I would welcome us bringing that to the committee.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, I don't see any other questions, so we'll move to the recommendations. A, approve the general procurement approach and the overall budgeted value of £5,431,190 at 2022-23 prices over 10 years. B, tender the care and support in the following extra care schemes: Millview, Hawkston, and Willow Court, Whittlesea. C, delegate responsibility for awarding and executing a contract for the provision of care and support in Millview starting 3 February 2024, and extension periods to the Director of Adults and Safeguarding. Willow Court starting 10 February 2024, and extension periods to the Director of Adults and Safeguarding. Thank you, and I'm taking that as carried. Thank you very much for the report. Okay, we now go to item 9 on the agenda, which is the awarding of a 12-month contract for the Care Home Trusted Assessor Service on pages 155 to 160 of the agenda pack. Alison Bourne, Commissioning Manager, joins us to present the report. Thank you, Alison.
Thank you. This is a paper regarding the Care Home Trusted Assessor Service, which supports the discharge of people from acute hospitals into care homes, and does so by providing independent information to the care homes. In the last 18 months, there have been 2 failed procurement exercises for this service, resulting in no bids. We're therefore in a position where it's proposed that a 12-month direct award of contract to the current provider Linker is approved. This will allow the service to continue until the 31st of the 3rd, 2024. And meanwhile, an options appraisal will be carried out to explore alternatives, including the viability of bringing the service in-house. And a further paper will be brought to the June committee so a decision can be made. The cost of the 12-month contract will be £118,980 and the money comes via the Better Care Fund.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Councillor Bowden.
This time it is a set of questions, Chair, rather than just a statement. I'm not going to oppose this, of course. It makes perfect sense what's being suggested. But I've got a question about boundaries and borders on this one. The trusted assessor is going to be utilised in the 2 acute hospitals in Cambridgeshire. And I'm unclear from the report whether this is only for care homes within Cambridgeshire or whether it is for anyone in a care home who is utilising either of those 2 hospitals. And the corollary to that question is, what about those care homes and those residents of care homes who are utilising hospitals outside the county, such as Peterborough or QEH at King's Lynn? Are there equivalent services which are provided there? So sorry to broaden the question slightly, but I wasn't able from this report to understand what the wider implications of it was.
Thank you very much. A great question. If we could ask you to respond.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yes, the Care Home Trusted Assessor Service also operates in Peterborough Hospital and will assess people there who are going to care homes within Cambridgeshire and vice versa. And the trusted assessors will, if there is somebody in Addenbrooke's who is wanting to go to a care home, for example, in Hertfordshire, so Royston, for example, will carry out those assessments as well. So the idea is to try and ensure that people are not in hospital for longer than they should be and that they have better outcomes by being transferred as quickly as possible. We don't have there are not necessarily equivalent services in other counties. So, for example, in Suffolk, there is a service, I believe, in West Suffolk, but not in East Suffolk.
Councillor Bowden, would you like to come back?
If I may, thank you very much indeed, Chair. That does raise a few questions because, of course, our primary interest would normally be those residents who are within Cambridgeshire and the services which they provide. We are now talking about a service which is hospital-based rather than necessarily based on the location of the residence of the individuals concerned. And it just strikes me that there is some potential inequity there, and or that there are services we are providing and we as a county council potentially are paying for residents who are resident outside the county as well. And it's a two-way process, of course. It's not all one way. I'm not suggesting that for a second, but it just seems to me that there's something which needs to be investigated here or explained further about whether we are using Cambridgeshire ratepayers' money for Cambridgeshire residents, or if there is some inequity as a result of this being hospital-based rather than resident-based.
Please, thank you.
So I think what Alison was trying to explain is that it is for our residents of Cambridgeshire, but they may choose to go to a care home that's out of county. So we wouldn't exclude our residents. So they currently reside in Cambridgeshire. They are admitted to hospital for whatever reason. They then require their discharge plans are around a residential nursing bed. So because they are a resident of Cambridgeshire, they have that choice to make. And often, you know, if it's moving out of area, it's because of family or connections further afield. So it is at that time for our residents, and we would continue to fund that placement even though it's out of area. There are a number of local authorities that have these services. So, for example, Lincolnshire, and actually it was Lincolnshire that we learned about this scheme from, hence, you know, it's called Linker, and actually commissioned that service to come in and support Cambridgeshire and Peterborough to avoid people being delayed in hospital that were ready for discharge. And the care homes really trust the trusted assessor because it's independent from local authorities or the acute, and feel the information they receive is the right information in order for them to make a decision.
Thank you, Debbie. Yeah, Chris?
That's really helpful, and I'm learning a great deal from this debate, so thank you very much indeed. And I take the point that was made that a similar service operates within Peterborough, that deals with quite a number of the individuals who are resident in Cambridgeshire. The one hospital which I mentioned before, which hasn't been mentioned, is QEH, and I take it from your shaking of the head that QEH doesn't fall within this. So those residents, particularly in Wisbech and the northernmost part of Fenland, wouldn't actually benefit from a service such as this, unfortunately.
Right. Yeah, I'm learning a lot too, I must say. It is a national initiative, but it doesn't exist everywhere. And the objective is to free up, not occupy hospital beds unnecessarily. That's part of it. Will, why don't you come in?
So this sort of touches on the funding bit in a way as well. So it's funded through the Improved Better Care Fund, which is a pooled budget between local authority and health. So we're using that pooled money on that pooled budget to fund this. It is a national initiative. It isn't, as we've seen, there are examples where there are places where it doesn't exist, but it isn't just about, supporting the hospitals. It is that there are, from the individual's perspective, people who are in hospital, having that trusted assessor means that they can have one conversation versus having multiple conversations with providers who are coming in and assessing the individual. So there are lots of benefits from this service. It's not just about getting people out of hospital as quickly as possible. I just think that's an important point to make.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, we can discuss it some more when it comes back to committee. Right. Good. Are there any other comments or questions? No. Okay. Thank you very much. I'll come to the recommendations. A, approve a direct award of 12 months from the 1st of April 2023 to the 31st of March 2024 for the CHTA service in Cambridgeshire at a cost of £118,980. B, agree to a review period of 3 months, during which time the viability of the service to be moved in-house can be explored. A further paper will be brought to the June committee with a recommendation as to whether the service should be moved in-house or if an alternative procurement strategy should be pursued. Take everyone's in favor? Oh, okay, then that's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Right, thank you. Item 10 on the agenda is the All Age Advocacy Service on pages 161 to 170 of the agenda pack. Lisa Sparks, Senior Commissioner, Accommodation Team for Adult Social Care Commissioning, joins us to present this report. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you. So this report covers the proposed reprocurement of the All Age Advocacy Service. Just to note that this paper focuses on the Cambridgeshire County Council adults element predominantly. So there's a table included in the report just to give you an idea of the numbers supported across the last year by the service. And we've included some case studies just to illustrate some of the impacts that the advocacy service has delivered. We are looking to do a joint procurement exercise with Peterborough City Council, but Peterborough will hold their own element of the contract separately, so there won't be any joint contractual arrangement, just a joint procurement approach. The specification has notably been updated from the current service to take account of the introduction of the Liberty Protection Standard in 2024, and also to strengthen the self-advocacy requirement that the service also delivers against. The county council contract value for the period will be 2 million. Of the county council will be putting in around 513,000 per annum, but there will also be an ICB contribution to the service as well. So it will be joint with the ICB. And the intention is to launch the tender in April for this service.
Thank you for that. Does anyone have a question? Well, no questions. I would ask, I did note the point about true accessibility to everyone in a very large county with many remote areas, and that stood out for me. The other thing that stood out was that the advocate stays with the person from start to finish to ensure that the job is done, and that is a true advocate. So it seems very positive, and I'm happy to recommend that we approve the recommendations. Okay, I have to read them now. A, approve the recommissioning and procurement of Cambridgeshire Adult Advocacy lot within the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough All Advocacy Service on a 3-year initial contract extendable up to a further 12 months. The Cambridge Adult Advocacy lot will have a total contract value of 2,055,808 over 4 years. The ICB will contribute 98,162 annually toward this, or 392,648 over 4 years. B, delegate responsibility for awarding a contract for the provision of advocacy services starting 3 October 2023 and extension periods to the Service Director of Adults and Safeguarding. C, delegate responsibility for executing a contract for the provision of advocacy services to the Service Director of Adults and Safeguarding. I think I should start saying DAS. It's getting long. Okay, I think all in agreement. Thank you very much, Lisa. Right. We now move to item 11 on the agenda, the Adult Service User Experience Survey 2022 analysis on pages 171 to 194 of the agenda pack. Kirsten Clark, Assistant Director for Adults and Safeguarding, joins us to present the report. Thank you, Kirsten.
Good morning and thank you. I just wanted to share that I've got 2 reports here today, and I'm actually presenting them on behalf of a colleague who's on annual leave. So I'll do my very best to answer any questions that you might have, but I may need to take a question away. Okay, so the Adult Service User Survey is a national survey and it feeds the National Adult Social Care Outcomes Framework. So we call those the ASCOF framework. The appendix for this report holds data from the national system, but we also use local data for the service user survey because we have more trend data available locally. Therefore, there may be slight discrepancies at times between the national and local data, but we can always evidence this and explain this. So this survey was actually paused during COVID, and this actual survey was undertaken between January and March 2022, and the results were published in late autumn. We need to have in mind when individuals were asked to complete this survey, the time period was just post the pandemic, and that might have impacted people's responses. So overall, 1,454 surveys were sent out and 440 surveys were returned. That's a response rate of 30.3%. Now, how those surveys conducted is nationally specified. We can't control or change that. But what we can do is add local questions, and we chose to do that during this survey. We added 2 local questions. The first question was chosen by our engagement forums, and they wanted to find out how people were accessing information. The second question was free text, and it asked 2 things. What do we do well, and what can we improve? So the main feedback for those questions are highlighted in 2.7 of your report. And the overwhelming feedback was that family and friends remain the key source of information for individuals. But what we do not know from the survey results is how those family and friends get their information. A further 24.8% access information digitally. So our digital offer remains really important to individuals. On the question, what do we get right? There was lots of positive comments around care provision, our reablement service, access to equipment and technology-enabled care, occupational therapy input, and the positive attitude of staff supporting people. On the question around what could we improve, individuals shared that they felt home care calls at times could feel rushed, that we could improve on returning telephone calls, and that we can improve communication in terms of accessibility. And by that, I mean the formats that we use to share information. So some individuals may use programs that do reading for them. And if we provide documents in PDF format, those programs can't read those documents. And there was also many comments around making sure that information on services and activities available were available locally in local communities regarding their local areas. So if we move forward, if we look at section 2.1, as previously stated, the service user survey supports the ASCOF indicators. Most of the ASCOF indicators since 2022 have declined for Cambridgeshire, except for the proportion of people who felt safe, where this percentage slightly increased from 71.5% to 72.7%. Although our stats have declined since 2020, in comparison with comparative councils, we scored well on 5 of the 7 indicators, which means we performed less well in 2, and they're covered off in section 2.2 of the report. The areas we perform less well are proportion of people using services who found it easy to access information. What I found really interesting about this piece of information is that in relation to accessing information advice, the largest number of respondents, which was 182, stated that they had not even tried to access information advice. And the next largest group, which was 79, found that they found it easy to access information advice. So those 2 pieces of information seem to conflict. The second area where we perform less well on was proportion of people who use services who say those services have made them feel safe. Okay. If we move forward to section 2.4 of the report, this focuses on the overall health and factors that affect health. This part of the survey focuses on 8 questions overall. Responses to these questions were more positive in 5 of the areas compared to the 2020 results, and these are highlighted in section 2.4.1. The responses around health-related factors that had worsened slightly since 2020 focused on pain and discomfort being experienced and access to all the food and drink individuals want. Again, although both areas have declined, our local scores were higher than the national average. In relation to what care and support people are receiving, section 2.5, the percentage of respondents reporting receiving support had increased in 5 out of the 7 areas. These areas were better quality of life, support with the way you spend your time, support regarding social contact, helping to keep your home clean and comfortable, and help to get food and drink, all important areas. In relation to the experience and outcomes section in 2.6, respondents reported improvements in 3 areas: good quality of life, control over daily living, and feeling safe. The experience had worsened in the remaining 7 areas, which is highlighted in section 2.6.2. Again, when comparing to the national average overall for this area, Cambridgeshire respondents were more positive on 6 of the 10 indicators. So our next steps in terms of the service user survey, we are working with our user forums to consider how we can improve these. We are continuing with our Care Together approach, our strengths-based practice approach, and we continue to use complaints and compliments to learn what we do well and where we can improve. We've just found out more recently that the service user survey in its current format is continuing next year, and we're currently in the progress of doing this year's service user survey. That's a quick whistle-top tour of the final report. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Kirsten. Yes, I have Jeff Seif, Councillor Seif.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Officer. It's absolutely essential that we survey the users of our services and to find out what they're thinking on the one hand. Second of all, to identify, as you've done, the areas for improvement and in ourselves and possibly other services that may be necessary. Probably like all of you here, I've actually evaluated satisfaction surveys, and we've certainly participated in them. And I know, unfortunately, there are lies, damn lies, and satisfaction surveys. I've got a number of questions that I'd like to on the interpretation of the figures that you've given us, and indeed conclusions that you've drawn. But can I ask first of all about the reliability of I mean, you haven't done it, I understand it's a national survey and all the rest of it, but there are, as I look at them, because obviously there's a history here, and I'm looking at these figures cold, and there are a number of things that strike me. I'm going to go through a few of the items. I don't want you to answer individually, but I just am seeking your assurance that you are comfortable that it really does reflect the situation, because as we've seen, you've only got a 30% response rate, and which is pretty small. The first question is, how does that in itself compare with other local authorities? Did they get the same response rate as well, or are we lagging behind in that? But if I can just go through a few things, but as I say, it's about seeking a feeling of the reliance that we can place on these figures, and therefore the conclusions. My question, actually, I think you partly covered here. How was the survey conducted? Is it online, digital, written questionnaire, face-to-face? Are we talking to the patients themselves or their carers, and where do they get their information? Were they validated, the responses, in any way? Their satisfaction surveys are almost self-selecting. Those who want to respond do, those who don't, for whatever reason, it may be that they're totally satisfied and they can't be bothered. They feel totally safe in this case, or they're satisfied with the service. But perhaps there is a bias because it's self-selecting. As I say, I'm just looking at the other points here, but there's a stratification of the sample, but how closely was the response to that stratification? So, for example, you've got 1,000 or so people receiving care in the community, but is that reflected in the actual response that you got? You haven't explained that, or not you, but the report doesn't explain that. But it's about the general reliability of this survey. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Kirsten, would you like to offer a response? Thanks.
I'll do my best if that's okay. So in terms of how the survey sent out, so it's physically sent out by post, and it's filled in and returned by post. That's how it's done, and that's nationally mandated. And therefore we follow that process. So that covers off that question. In terms of our overall response rate, it is good in comparison to other national surveys and response rates. If you think about comparator areas, we're not an outlier, i.e. our service response rate isn't poor. It isn't, we'd also want it to be better than what we have had it. So that answers that question, I hope. The stratification, I'm not quite sure I understood the question.
Said that the sample, there's 1,400 people in the sample, and you've stratified that. You've said that 1,000 of them come from care in the community, but when you, or in their homes, but when, I think it's, we don't really need to go into the detail on this, but you've got 440 responses. Do they reflect that same stratification, or is there an inbuilt bias into the numbers who respond? Do they come from a particular sector? For example, there's 37%, I think, mental health or disabled. Is that reflected?
It's a really good question. So obviously the survey goes out to people in the communities receiving support, and the majority of people that are able to independently or with support complete the survey. So it would be less proportionate to maybe others that need assistance to do so.
Councillor Bowden and then Councillor Shaler. We have just a few more minutes left. Thanks.
Okay, well, to be honest, I was hoping Councillor Seiff might ask some further supplementaries because I thought that his questions were extremely valid ones. And I think, first of all, we recognise that the Ascoff report, it's nationally validated. It's a national report with national questions and with really prescribed procedures about how it's carried out. And it's important that we do that to provide a good comparison with other areas. Nevertheless, I would hope that we would want to get more value out of it than merely responding to a government requirement, and that we would look at those answers and we would try to come to some conclusions ourselves which are valuable. And one of the first things you need to do is exactly what Councillor Seiff is saying, and say, were those responses that we received, were they statistically valid? Were the individuals who are most in need, were those the individuals who are least likely to respond? Or is it conversely the case that maybe there was a relatively low response rate because there's a relatively high satisfaction rate? We don't know. We've got no way of telling from this report, and I would hope that we as a county council have given some consideration as to that. And then when we look at the Ascoff report, and I'm not going to concentrate on the successes. The successes are great, and they must be recognised. But we did have two apparent failures. The first being about that access to information. And I thought that the fact that so many individuals hadn't even attempted to access information was an extremely interesting subset of the individuals who might have said, been negative in their response to that question. And I'd be really interested to know what our conclusions are as far as that's concerned, and whether there is anything that we actually need to do more than ensure that individuals are signposted towards how they can access information. But the second, which I found very concerning, that we were so far down, 145 out of 150 councils, 145th, in terms of those people who responded, who said that the services had made them feel safe and secure. Now that really worried me. I wasn't able to square that with the other report from the same individuals who were saying that they did feel safe and secure. So I found that difficult to reconcile. And again, I would hope that officers had actually given some thought about that and try and work out what did that actually mean? And therefore, what, if anything, should we be doing as a result? And that's what I felt was slightly missing in this report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chris. Those very complimentary sets of questions. Kirsten, over to you.
Okay, I think to reassure everybody, yes, we're giving it a lot of thought, and obviously we ask ourselves the same question, and we're working with our forums where customers and carers participate to try and understand further what more can we do and how do we engage further if we need more information, because as you said, we've only got a snapshot in time and with at times contradictory information. And on the one hand, if you think about, does my service make me feel safe? It may be that they feel safe overall, and it's not the specific service that makes them feel safe. It's their informal care network, it's going to their church, it's their community, it's their neighbourhood. You know, it could be a positive, not necessarily a negative. So it's how we get that information, the detail, that qualitative stuff underneath. And we're working with our groups to understand that further. In terms of always the access into information and advice, what we don't know, because like you said, the superscript of the question is, was there no reason to access for information advice because it's so accessible, and they've got it through the GP surgery, leaflets through community centres, libraries, you know, other forums, or they didn't try because they couldn't find it and it was difficult. So that's the next bit we need to unpick.
Thank you. Councillor Shaler.
Thank you very much, Chair. I was impressed by the range of questions. Of course, feedback and monitoring and data, phenomenally important, but also quite a blunt instrument, you know, and so it's very difficult to know what it really means. I've also had questions about significance, what, you know, how much of it was random fluctuation, what are the baselines, you know, those sort of questions. But I understand that, you know, we'd have a support that a report that was 1,000 times bigger probably if we had all of that. And there was a couple of questions, and I'm sure there are good reasons behind it, where it says that it's slightly lower or slightly higher, or it is higher or lower. And there's one in 2.3.1 where I guess the difference between 52.1% and 52.3%, yes, that's slightly lower. There is one where it goes from 93.7 to 93.1, and that is higher, not slightly higher, but higher. And then there's another one a bit further down where you go from 58.2 to 64.9, and that is slightly higher. And this, I guess there must be, you know, we're not comparing exactly the same. So this must be, there'll be a reason. And I wonder if you could say something.
Actually, I can't, but I think it's a really good challenge for us to think about as officers and how we use our language, because obviously as the author of the report, we probably know what we mean and actually what our banding is. So actually we probably need to set that out as a key. So slightly would be between 0 and 2%, and anything above would be higher. So I think we'll learn from that today. Thank you.
Wonderful, thanks. Councillor Steve, did you want to come back
Yeah,
quickly?
just a very quick one, because I did have quite a number of questions on the interpretation. And I just want to say, one, I thought that the free-form comments were particularly interesting and actually told us something that we probably all know about carers. They need to spend more time with their patients. And of course, if you talk to patients, that's the first thing that they say. But can I ask, what was the best performing council's scores? And can we learn something from them? What were they doing right that we perhaps are not doing wrong? So those that got the highest scores, whatever it was, because we are quite a way down the list. Sorry.
So we will always work with our networks to see where somebody's scoring higher and understand why. It's also how we send out our surveys and how we support individuals to fill them in. We have to have that in mind. If I need to be careful. So we will work with individuals. We'll go through any kind of performance and then try to understand why their performance might be better than ours and what services I might offer, how they engage with service users differently, if their digital offer is different to ours, you know, more accessible, you know, et cetera, et cetera. I'd also be asking how their data is looking and how they got maybe 52%, 62%, 72%, 82% response rate, and was that done in a service with people with them, and is that a true reflection of their responses? So we would question that. Obviously it's a national survey, it should all go out to individually to people's homes, and we truly do that. It goes to individuals' home, and we don't know what responses we will get, we don't know how many we will get. We are transparent and in the truest sense of the word.
Sorry, Debbie.
Yeah, it's just a very quick one. So in terms of, you know, working with other local authorities, we're part of the ADAS Eastern region, and we have a sector-led improvement programme. So all of this information, so we meet on a regular basis. There's a regional improvement board. So we always have the opportunity to talk to our neighbours. We also have an insurance programme through an XDAS, and then we have meetings with a more detailed meeting with individual local authorities to go through our own self-assessment, and this would form part of it in terms of where we are, where they're better than us, what can we learn from you, what can you learn from us. So that's quite a robust programme of work that's in place.
Thank you. I think that's everyone. Yeah, just before we go. Oh, did you put your hand up? Sorry.
It was a very practical question in terms of trying to encourage people to respond. I realise the questions are not what you write. What goes on the envelope?
It's been a while since I saw one.
Sometimes things get found in bags by carers who have a fear out, you know.
Yes, I can understand that, as so does my care planning.
The supplementary to that, and I don't expect, you know, perhaps have to think about it, is are we forbidden to do the online version? Because I took a whole lot of paper forms for the making connections to a local residential room, and they said, oh, thanks, Philippa, oh, we'll do it online. You know, they had the paper, but only a couple of them gave back to the resident manager. So they did it online. People are getting more used to that. And I did wonder whether to have both available is possible.
It's nationally not available currently.
Maybe
so it's not set by us, it's set nationally.
Thank you. Really great questions. And that one is a good one too. Just as sort of highlights that I've written down are two things: the care together. If people say they're isolated or they don't feel safe or they're lonely, it doesn't matter why, they do. And that is part of, I mean, we're very interested and concerned about that. And I noticed in small print, care together down there, and you mentioned it in your introduction, which I'm really grateful for. So I think that's something to take back. And I'm looking at in my community, the warm hubs are so successful, and that's telling us a lot. So, and the other thing is, as Councillor Bowden indicated, the access to, many people have mentioned the feeling that how do you get information is just so fundamental. And I hope we can maybe think in our I don't know if in our agenda planning or something in our thinking going forward about that problem. How do you get information? It's a bewildering world. So maybe we can take that away. And I think I will then just go to the recommendation. We don't need a vote. We're simply asked to review and comment on the relevant sections. Hang on a minute. Yeah. Relevant section of the People Services and Public Health. No, wrong one. Sorry. Yeah, top part of the page. No vote required. Adult and Health Committee is being asked to note and consider the results for the 2022 Adult Social Services Users Experience Survey. So thank you very much. So we have gone over 2 hours without a break, and we do have some more items on the morning part of the agenda. So may I suggest that we take a 6.5-minute break, which will allow us to disperse that way, and that way, all around the building to whatever facilities are needed. Thank you. Right, we're going to make a start. We have moved into our lunch break. A little bit, we went a little over 6.5 minutes just now. Right, we are back on item 12, which is the finance monitoring report. And I know.
Hopefully you can hear me now, Susan.
Yeah, and we have Justine Hartley, Strategic Finance Manager, to present this report. Thank you, Justine. We see you on the screen.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
You can. Perfect. Okay, I'm really sorry about that, and I'm sorry not to be with you today, but you might hear from my voice that I'm not on the best of health and didn't want to share it with everybody else. So really not too much to say about the finance report. It's not changing too much month on month. So the headline figures are on page 197, and they're showing adult social care at 88,000 over, commissioning 752 under, and we've talked about that before, and that's about fundamentally some savings on the car rounds that provide domiciliary care to people in their own homes, and public health underspending by 353,000. And we've talked before about the fact that those numbers are masking really what's going on behind that. So we are overspending on learning disabilities, on mental health, and on physical disability, but all of those things are being offset in the current financial year by underspends against the older people budget. And that's really about the way we set the budget for older people, which we've changed for next year because we've now got so much more data that reflects what's happened post the pandemic, because COVID really hit the way that, or not hit, but shifted the way that older people provision was provided and what sort of care that people wanted. So that's the overall position. We are in an underspend position overall for this financial year. And you've also got in this report on pages 239 to 241, the savings tracker as at the end of December. Obviously, this is the January report, but we do it quarterly. So we've brought you the quarterly report to have a look at there. So I wasn't really going to say very much else, but happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Justine. Councillor Bowden.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. And you'll be delighted to know this is primarily a question to you, Chair, rather than to Justine, although Justine is welcome to respond. I have mentioned before about the Public Health Reserve. For those who are relatively new to the committee and those who are listening online, the Public Health Directorate is almost completely funded by ring-fenced grants. So the money which we spend within public health doesn't come out of our general fund and doesn't have any impact on our bottom line as a county council. We're just re-spending money which is given to us by central government primarily. And I've expressed concern over some considerable period of time about the size of the underspends that have been, and therefore the size of the public health reserve which exists. And as a result of some of those concerns, I know that some additional spending had been agreed over some period of time, it has to be said. And when that was done, I welcomed it, of course, because I think we do need to spend our public health money as quickly as we reasonably can and spend it sensibly. But I said at the time, I believe that we will find that there continues to be an underspend and an increase in the reserves as a result of underspends which exist. That's being fulfilled here, and where we have 353,000 underspend being projected for the end of the year, with concerns expressed about the continuing risks to future spend and the likelihood of underspends taking place next year as well, for very much the same reasons that they've taken place this year. So I believe that we're still playing catch up here, and we're failing to catch up because we're agreeing to additional spend on public health because of the Public Health Reserve, but we're not taking into account the increase that is taking place in the Public Health Reserve anyway. And my request to you, and I see the Director of Public Health may well be able to provide some useful thoughts about this, but my request to you is that we take this out of the arena of this committee, and could we discuss this at Spokes to find a way in which we can have a means by which we can track this, that we could try to forecast it, and that we could therefore try to ensure that we really do catch up and we actually spend much of the money that we should be spending in the year that we can spend it, given that we know that we have difficulties in spending the money on the programmes we've already agreed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chris. Could I ask Jyoti Attri, our Director of Public Health, to respond?
Absolutely. Yes, I'm acutely aware that this is a constant problem, and you'll know it's because of performance-related paid activity, particularly primary care, that's not performing to the level we wanted to. We absolutely want them to get up to the level that we've commissioned them and plan to spend, because that's a really important route to access communities that need help. We are actively planning to spend the majority of that underspend this year. So Val, who's here, is actively planning to spend most of that 300 and whatever it was, 50 something this year. And we will have contingencies next year should slippage occur.
Thank you. Jyoti, Chris, do you want to come back?
Thank you, Chair. By contingencies, may I ask, does the Director of Public Health mean contingencies to spend the money? Because normally contingencies means the opposite of that.
Yes, no, contingency plans should slippage occur that we would use the money for.
Thank you very much. And it's a great idea that we carry on this conversation at Spokes. So thank you for the suggestion. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. And Justin, this paper indicates that we're in a very positive, I think, position with a very small percentage underspend overall, which I think for this time of year is absolutely excellent. And even in Public Health Directorate, it's only 0.9% of the total budget, which I think is ideal for this time of year. I'd much prefer to be slightly underspend rather than slightly overspend. And as we start going through the following year and hopefully fill the vacancies, we will be able to meet the budget rather than be underspent, but we will see how that goes. The question I've got for Justine is building on your comments about future years' budgets and how you assess demography and demand. I think at some stage it will be very helpful for the committee to understand how those are spread through the various budget lines, so that you are able to, and you have indicated here, the impacts on older people services and learning disabilities and other different parts of the overall budget, and how those lines are variously made up. So if you're able to do that at some stage, that would be very helpful, Justine.
Okay, so it might be worth, so obviously we do a huge amount of demography and demand work as part of the business planning process. But you'll probably also remember that we do like an in-year rebaselining when we start at the beginning of the year. And that's because things change, things are changing all the time in terms of the demand that we're seeing come through. So what went into the business planning papers is a kind of point in time, but we're doing more work now in terms of what does it look like for next year, and we'll bring that back to the next committee in terms of what that looks like. So yes, there's a huge amount of detailed work that goes on, Councillor Wilson, in terms of the numbers of people we're seeing and the shifts. So for instance, in older people, we've got a lot less people going into care homes, but we've got a lot more people with more expensive domiciliary care packages, because people we're seeing are staying at home for longer and going into care homes with higher level acuity of need. So all of those sorts of factors we are sort of monitoring on a regular basis. But as I say, it will come back in the early part of the next financial year, because we will do a rebudget baselining in May. That's kind of part of our standard process. And that would be a really good opportunity, I think, to help understand what goes into those demography bids, if members would value that.
Thank you very much. Jyoti.
I just wanted to, with regards to planning for next year, make committee aware that we still haven't received our public health grant allocation for next year, which does limit our ability somewhat to plan our spend.
Thank you for pointing that out. Okay, I think we will now move to the recommendation, which is to review and comment on the relevant sections of the People Services and Public Health Finance Monitoring Report as of the end of January 2023. No vote required. Okay. We now have item 14, adults and health key performance indicators on pages 243 to 276 of the agenda pack. Val Thomas, Deputy Director of Public Health, and Kirsten Clark, Assistant Director, Adults and Safeguarding, will present the report. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to begin. So the Adult Social Care Performance Update, this report presents the position of performance against the selected key performance indicators for public health and adult social care as at the end of December 2022, so Q3. This report is grouped into 4 agreed themes: early intervention and prevention, personalisation, long-term support, adults at risk from safeguarding, adults at risk are safeguarded from harm, and transitions between health and social care work well. So we're going to focus on the 2.3 in the report. And the first point of comment is the number of client contacts for adult social care per 100,000 of the population. Now, this has increased, so it means we're seeing more new customers into adult social care. So on the one hand, we want our information and advice in communities to be robust, that people can find local information and local services to meet their needs earlier on. But on the other hand, I see more contact into adult social care as really positive, because it provides us with early opportunities to speak to individuals, their carers and their families about their needs, and think about services such as preventative services such as reablement or our community navigators, and to signpost through. But we are seeing activity increase. So in terms of the percentage of new client contacts not resulting in long-term care and support, so this indicator shows we are decreasing, and we would prefer this number to be increasing. However, given the volumes into adult social care are increasing, and as Justine's mentioned, the complexity of need we are seeing in adult social care, the data doesn't surprise me that the amount of people coming in actually require long-term services and support. In terms of the percentage of people receiving reablement who did not require long-term support post-reablement, again, we would prefer this number to be increasing, but this is actually decreasing currently. This means that people need long-term services, more people need long-term services at the end of reablement. And that's not because our reablement service officers declined in any way. As I've said, we've seen more complexity of need from customers. Post-COVID and during COVID, many people waited for hip operations, cataract operations, knee operations, and there's generally been a decompensation of need with our citizens. And which impacts their independence. And obviously, while the NHS continues to have large backlogs and wait times, this continues to be a pressure for adult social care. So the people that reablement have been supporting, again, are more complex and may not be able to get to the levels of independence we saw pre-COVID. So the proportion of people receiving long-term support who had not received a review in the last 12 months. So this has decreased, and a low number is better here. And this is a result of the investment made to support adult social care to recover, and our focus on annual reviews. And this is making sure that we are having conversations with customers and their carers every year, which is really positive. Percentage of total people accessing long-term support in the community. Now, this is increasing, and this is a good increase, as we want as many people to be supported by and in their local communities as possible. In terms of the percentage of cases where making safeguarding personal questions have been asked, this statistic has been increasing. Higher is better, and ensures that even when safeguarding concerns and risks have been raised, the individual whom the concerns this relate to are being engaged with, and they're being supported to make decisions about their future, which is really important. And the final one for me is around the percentage of safeguarding inquiries where risk has been reduced or removed. This is increasing, and again, here, higher is better. Now, a keynote for this report today is that the transitions data is not ready, as the Department for Health and Social Care are still to realise their metrics around this area. So I've got no information for us today. Okay, I'll hand over to my public health colleague, unless you wanted to ask me questions first, Chair.
No, please carry on, thanks.
Okay, oops, sorry.
I use this one, it's more reliable. As with adult social care services, our key performance indicators are the ones that were chosen and through the committee process and represent sort of key areas of our service delivery. They encompass the drug and alcohol treatment services, the behaviour change services, and the Healthy Child programme. So that is primarily health visiting. I think probably as all the indicators there say, those green and blue are seen as being positive, and then the red ones, which I'll talk more to. I think a comment on the behaviour change services, it's one of those services where we want demand. So we are actually pleased to have an increase in demand because the challenge is getting people into these services. But the challenge around stop smoking services and health checks, I think reflects the financial discussion that we just had. Our stop smoking services that we have in our behaviour change services have come out of they've recovered, now started to recover quite well from COVID and are almost on target. Unfortunately, it's been very slow recovery in GP practices, which I'm sure everyone is aware of the pressures that play into this stop smoking arena. And some of the funding that we have set against GP spend in stop smoking services, we are strengthening services in other areas to pick up one on obviously the budget, but also the need. NHS health checks, I think at previous committee described how we have looked at other ways funding NHS health checks in other ways, which we have done. We've now gone through the various process to achieve that, and we are slowly starting to get some traction, and it has been slower than we've expected, and I would have liked it to have been quicker. And for next year, we have other options coming on stream as well. And I think probably quite significant is that we're now getting very good support from the ICB, certainly in their forward plan, the operational plan, where they've embedded NHS health checks and stop smoking in there, which will actually help again with its profile in primary care. In terms of the Healthy Child programme, there are some challenges there. I think that the HCP programme has struggled with staffing, especially, but I think probably the key factor in here is that children are getting their checks, but they're not getting it in the time frame which is asked for. It's expected that this will resolve over the next 6 months, but there are the way it's presented there, because there is a timeline that children will have checks within a certain time period. But if you go beyond that time period, the targets are more or less met. The breastfeeding target, again, that probably represents a variation across different areas, and I would suspect across different groups as well across Cambridgeshire. But there is a lot of work being undertaken around breastfeeding in different parts of the county, and with a lot of support from partners as well, to raise the profile of breastfeeding within communities.
Thank you very much. Councillor Brydon.
Thank you, Chair. My questions are on some of the public health indicators which have just been discussed. I am concerned about the relative failure of our ability to even come close to meeting the target that we've got on the number of quitters on the stop smoking service. We're told that the target for the year was 2,234, and it looks very unlikely we'd get much above 600 in the year, 700 rather than the 2,234. Fully understand about primary care and all the difficulties we've got within that. And I was pleased to hear the suggestion that there are some alternative measures being considered, given that we've now got an underspend on this because of the failure to deliver. And I think that's really important that we get some assurance that by one means or another, we will manage to pick up the numbers so that we can manage to get closer to the annual target that we set ourselves for quitters, just because of the really astonishing short-term positive effects stopping smoking has. I'm not a doctor, so I just used common sense when I came onto this committee, or originally the health committee, and dealing with stopping smoking. And common sense told me that if someone had been smoking for 40 years, their stopping smoking after 40 years wouldn't make too much difference because all the harm had been done. And I couldn't have been more wrong. I wonder just how many other people were under the same misapprehension that I was under, who don't realise that stopping smoking has short-term real benefits. And I'm not sure that that message really has got across to the general public. It certainly didn't get across to me until I got onto the health committee. So I just would like a greater emphasis placed on that, and I'm pleased that some alternatives are being suggested. The NHS health checks figure, again, it's such an important function. And what are we going to get this year? Maybe 13,000 out of the 20,000 that we're aiming for the year. It's really not good enough. And again, with primary care, we've got some real difficulties. How we can manage to encourage more health checks to take place, I'm not at all sure. But again, it's so important in terms of prevention, in terms of early capture of problems for treatment to take place. And to the extent that it's going to be possible for us to find alternative means of achieving the same objectives, I'd very much welcome knowledge that we are going to change the spend on that so that we can achieve what we want to achieve. And then there were two others which were mentioned, which did strike me as being very concerning indeed until I read the notes. And they were those percentage of births receiving the face-to-face new birth visit within 14 days, and the percentage of children receiving the 6 to 8 week review within 8 weeks. And the note has been given below explaining just how fewer number of days after the 14 days that new face-to-face birth visit takes place, and not that we're told the amount of time, but that the 6 to 8 week visits are also taking place, but after the 8 weeks. And my question on that, again, I don't know, just how important are those timescales for that we've got within our KPI at the moment? How important is it that it is within 14 days rather than 21 days that those new birth visits take place? How important is it that the 6 to 8 week breastfeeding, the 6 to 8 week review takes place after 8 weeks? From a clinical point of view, I'm really uncertain about that. Would love to know a bit more. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are great questions. I think Councillor Shelley, do you want to just come in quick in case your question overlaps?
Just because it also relates to something that Councillor Bowden said. The smoking one was the one that jumped out for me as well, and especially to do with prevention. And he was absolutely right. There are short-term benefits and medium and extremely long-term ones. As a geneticist, I think that cigarette smoking is the worst thing that we do as a species. Generational and germline effects of cigarette smoking, and it is often taken much more lightly than it should be. So I just wanted to make that quick comment. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much for that. When we, on our next item, we're going to be looking at our forward agenda plan, and we do have a smoking cessation service update coming to our June committee, which is, I'm sure we'll all welcome that.
Just to pick up on that, yes, there is a paper planned, and it will be a joint paper with the ICB because they have a funded tobacco dependency program as well. And so we're very much seen as a joint effort, and it will cover the whole thing from prevention through to what we're doing in our treatment services, and also the wider environment as well. I think probably, in a sense, obesity has really been a focus, justifiably. But the fact that, like smoking is a major contributor to cardiovascular disease, which accounts for 25% of preventable mortality. So it is a huge issue. And we have seen some changes as well recently locally in our rates, which again we'll bring a full overview in as a joint paper in June. The second question around health checks, again, I think that is, as I said, it's a great concern to me. We are looking at all types of methods. There are things around digitalized health checks now as well, which will come out shortly via the OHID over the next couple of weeks and have been piloted in some parts of the country. I think that it's a negotiation with GPs because they hold the patient record data that we require to send the invite. So it's quite complex. And we're also commissioning out of the reserves money, in fact, behavioural insights research. So we really understand people's understanding of NHS health checks and how important they are, that if they receive an invitation, if they hear about one, because we also offer opportunistic health checks as well, that they actually pick up on those invitations as well, because we do still get some people who don't pick up on their invitations. With regards to a Healthy Child programme, you know, children's development, there are set stages and it does vary over, and I think that there are some key periods which we would expect certain milestones to be met. And ideally, we'd like to meet them within those parameters. What I haven't heard from my colleagues who work in that anything's been missed. And I think that's the important thing. The children are getting seen, but there haven't been any repercussions. But ideally, we want to get back to that ideal developmental milestones as quickly as possible. And I think it's moving in the right direction. And more staff have been recruited.
Thank you very much. We do have 2 more questions, but we also have only 2 more minutes. So sorry to do that, but I do want to make sure we finish at 1 and we still have another agenda item. Sorry, that's not very polite of me, but can I ask you to pose your questions concisely? Thank you.
KPI 57, the breastfeeding. I'm curious to know why the emphasis on that length of time, and also how do they even know how many are still breastfeeding? I've got other things about alcohol and so on, but we'll leave that to another conversation with an officer.
I think if breastfeeding at you're saying the 6 to 8 weeks, why is that picked up upon? Well, I think the benefits of breastfeeding, you know, the longer you're breastfeeding, well, ideally, at least until weaning at 6 months, but possibly longer, probably longer in my experience. I think probably if someone is breastfeeding up to age of 6 to 8 weeks, it's quite likely that they will continue as well. But it also means that the child has had 6 to 8 weeks of what is considered to be the best type of nutrition. So if you've got children at that 8-week stage and they've been breastfed, that is a good indicator that there's been some impact of breastfeeding. And ideally, if you looked at the mothers who do continue to breastfeed to 6 to 8 weeks, they do continue on longer as well, until weaning at least.
Thank you. I realize that our KPIs bring us into the territory of children's public health, which is equally fascinating. But we'll come back. Though, you know, we have to. You sure? Okay. Thank you. Okay. I think. Oh, sorry.
I was going to keep my mouth shut in the interest of time, as you've given me the platform. I just wanted to comment on the health visiting checks. I think there's debate about how clinically relevant those cut-offs are. They've been there for some time. They're not new. You know, they're very long-standing. They're important to me, and probably for each one for different reasons. Some are about continuity of care, and some are about milestones being reached by a particular time frame. And there are 2, I think, distinct challenges on our ability to do that. And actually, it is a challenge. One is the pull on the Healthy Child Programme resource towards safeguarding. So this is a public health preventative service, yet about 50% of their time is spent on safeguarding issues. And then the other key challenge is their ability to recruit qualified staff. So those 2 things are ongoing challenges and are why they're currently unable to meet the targets. To me, they're really important targets, and I absolutely want the service to deliver against them.
Thank you very much for that. I should add, Councillor Howard and the Chair and Vice Chair of CYP were invited to visit the Healthy Child Programme a couple of months ago, which was absolutely fascinating and touched on many of these issues. Maybe we can go away and think a little bit together with our colleagues on CYP if there's some area of scrutiny or development that we'd like to do. I don't know, just just throwing that out there. Okay, thank you so much for your reports. Do we have to say something? Yes, I have to say something. We have to note and comment the performance information outlined in this report and take remedial action as necessary. This report is for noting, so no vote required. Sorry about that. Okay. I don't know if we have Nisha. Okay, where are we now? The numbers have gone for me. Okay. We are now at item 14. Is that 14? Our committee agenda plan and training plan, which can be found on pages 277 to 298 of the agenda pack. Councillor Dupre has requested to join the meeting to put forward a proposed item for health scrutiny. And Councillor Dupre is joining us today via Zoom. You can see you online there. I'm just looking at the order of things. Councillor Dupre, could I ask you to read your question, please? And then I think we'll take the response when we get into the meat of our agenda planning. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
The committee may be aware of the sudden announcement in late February that the Fenland Group practice would not be renewing its contract to deliver primary care services at Priorsfield in Sutton. This announcement has been followed by preparations for a managed list transfer of the nearly 6,000 patients to 10 surrounding practices. Some of these practices are up to 15 miles away with no public transport provision in places with which Sutton and its surrounding villages have no natural connection. We're grateful to those practices for stepping up to the plate, but this is hardly sustainable in the long term for many patients. Residents have been shocked and dismayed, firstly by the way in which the news was broken to them by rumour on social media, but secondly by the suddenness and consequent lack of information and background as to why a GP practice was regarded as not being viable for a community of nearly 6,000 people. The whole experience has been even more deeply distressing than would normally be the case for these reasons. The decision of the Fenland Group not to renew its contract at Priorsfield was taken in November. The patient participation group understands that between then and January, the integrated care system was searching for another practice willing to take on Priorsfield or another way of staffing the practice. During that time, it required those involved, including staff employed at the practice, not to divulge what was happening, which must have been a very upsetting experience for them. When their attempts failed to find a solution, the ICS then drew up a communications plan to share the news, starting with the staff and continuing through MPs, councillors, PPG and others. This plan fell apart at the first contact with reality. In discussions with the ICS following the formal announcement of the closure of the practice, it has emerged that there had been concerns for some time within the NHS about the long-term sustainability of the practice for reasons both of staffing and of premises. It has further emerged that because, like most GP practices, the Fenland Group operates as a small business, and because the premises are owned by a single absentee partner, commercial confidentiality meant that the contracting arm of the ICS could not share information with other arms of the same body responsible for ensuring continuity of primary care provision. This experience has been one the community of Sutton and surrounding villages would not wish on anyone. I am therefore asking whether the committee will consider carrying out a piece of scrutiny work on two aspects of what has happened. These are firstly how communications are planned and executed when GP practices are to be closed, and secondly how the various parts of the NHS can work together more cohesively, notwithstanding the requirements for commercial confidentiality, to identify and monitor GP practices at risk generally and of closure in particular, and seek to act early to prevent this if possible, or to manage the process better for the community if not. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. I think what I'd like to do we will respond in a second, but we will do that within our discussion around the agenda plan. Firstly, Tamar, can I ask you to highlight any changes to the published agenda plan, which is on pages 278, 277, 298.
I don't have any
None?
changes.
Okay. I would just like to kick off, if I may, by saying that we do have a tentative scrutiny item already listed, which is access to GP primary care services. And I know that probably all of us, this is the way things are very difficult now. We're probably all concerned, with rare exceptions, about the strength of primary care services. So I did actually contact the ICS around the beginning of the year to say, where can we learn more about what contingency plans might be? So just by coincidence, I had a very useful conversation with Nikki Briggs at the ICS a couple of weeks ago. Coincidental timing, but it's clearly an area that I think is one for scrutiny. In terms, we can't scrutinize any particular practice, but we can learn. There are general points that we need to understand, and I think in the discussion around the key indicators earlier, the questions around all of the public health services, smoking cessation, healthy lifestyles, all NHS health checks, how is primary care evolving in helpful ways? So there are a couple of specific questions within that those last words from Councillor du Preez. So my suggestion would be that we take that into our scrutiny planning. We do have a very interesting first item this afternoon about additional support that we're going to have for our scrutiny work. And that should allow us, I think, as members collectively to kind of consider and ponder how we want to approach these big items. So that would be my own response to Councillor du Preez. Are you happy if we take that approach, Councillor Bowden?
Thank you, Chair. I think the approach is a very sensible one, and I do note the tentative scrutiny item we have at a future meeting for access to GP primary care services. And whilst at the moment it is very topical in Sutton about what is going on there with regard to a complete closure of a service, we've got a more general question about the performance of the primary care services that we have across the county, which is, with all due respect, not uniform. And how we manage to monitor that and how we can manage to comment upon that, I think, is very important indeed. Relying on any CQC reports or whatever the equivalent may be, relying on that is very much after the event. And what has surprised me, in fact, it's quite shocked me, the comments that Councillor du Preez made about how long this process had been going on in Sutton before it became public. And that was news to me, and it is a matter of some considerable concern. So I think it's a very valid point for us to. We've got a potential scrutiny item here I think it's in the June meeting, which I think we can address those issues. But let's just widen it a bit, not merely to closure or potential closure of GP services, but also to performance within them, because I think there is a rather wider question here about overall scrutiny of what goes on at our GP services.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think it will be a rich area for exploration. Councillor Danton, did you want to add?
Yes, I just wanted to agree with Councillor Bowden, and also to say it's down here as tentative. Could we change it?
Oh yeah. I think that's what we're saying. Yeah.
And actually think about bringing it up the list of scrutiny, making it slightly more urgent.
I think it's on the list for our next meeting, June. So can we, I think we're in agreement that we'd really like to bring that one to June, and we will use the opportunities that we have outside of this meeting to scope that out Yeah. Okay. Are there any other comments in relation to the agenda plan? Councillor Wilson.
One suggestion for the agenda: at a recent chairs and vice chairs briefing for committee chairs and vice chairs, we heard about work that the county is doing to input to the government's COVID inquiry. And I think it would be very helpful for this committee to receive a paper on the lessons that have been identified so far on the way this council responded to the COVID pandemic and what the impacts were on our services.
Thank you, Jyoti.
We've already done that, actually. That's okay. Sorry.
Sorry, Jyoti, I missed that. Then if you had, it was related to, just remind me when that was, and I will look back at it.
I'd need to go back over papers, but I think we came with a COVID update, and that was part of the update. The COVID inquiry is ongoing. In terms of lessons learned, we brought back the lessons learned that we've done internally. We are responding to inquiry requests on an ongoing basis, which aren't necessarily lessons learned. They're more kind of, sometimes they're factual, sometimes they're opinions, a mixture of different things.
As I missed that, I will have to look back through the papers and find out when it was.
I think your point is about continuous learning, but anyway, can we sort of explore that a bit? Yeah.
Perhaps it might be helpful to bring an update on the COVID requests, the inquiry requests that we've received so far, and a progress on the inquiry. Would that be helpful?
Yeah, that would be helpful. I was more thinking about the lessons that we have identified, but you've probably reported those already. But certainly what we are telling government would be helpful to periodically get an update on what was going on, just so that all members are aware of the things which we are telling central government. And just to finish, I was always told that you identify lessons after you've reviewed an impact of something. You only learn them when the same thing occurs again, and you can confirm that all those lessons have been implemented. That's why I used identify rather than learned.
I think we all need some food.
Yes.
Councillor Bowden.
Thank you. Not to amend the forward agenda at the moment, but for future iterations of this. I note that we don't include in future meetings the expected dates that procurement items will come before this committee. Now, you will recall, Chair, that we've had a few occasions over the last year where a complaint has been made that things have been left too late, and we've ended up discussing things after various deadlines, causing various difficulties. Now, I'm confident, I hope my confidence is not misplaced, but I'm confident that officers have got this very much in mind. They've got their own timetables. They know when procurements are coming up, and they're planning things in plenty of time. And if that is the case, is there any reason why we shouldn't also put on our forward agenda item when those particular procurements are likely to come before the committee?
Will.
So yes, we have a procurement forward plan, and if it's helpful, we can put those on the forward plan.
Thanks, that's a really good suggestion. Philippa.
Yes, the October meeting, I really welcome the fact we've got NHS workforce development down there. That's a very tricky subject, obviously, and many of us are on liaison groups that are specifically non-minuted. But on the other hand, if the local trusts are aware that this will be discussed, I'm hoping that they will be involved in that, because we've got both teaching and using of staff and general public knowledge of the problems and the things that might help. We are obviously talking here of initial training rather than recruitment and retention, I realised. But and I know it has been raised as apprenticeships and extra training, and whether you can actually do in-house training when you're busy rushing around just trying to do the basic healthcare. So I really welcome that's there. I hope that's not really tentative. And we think, I'm sure the officers are already thinking, but councillors can as well, in terms of who's producing this and what can we have in there to look at. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wanted to ask that too. I think we will move that to the forum of our scrutiny planning, which we will be doing a little bit differently, as we'll discuss this afternoon, but really, really helpful. Thank you so much. Okay. Everybody happy to move on? The training plan, are there any updates? No, you'll see it's a rolling picture, but again, I just emphasize what I said earlier. Please, if you want to go visit somewhere, Adele and I are going to go visit somewhere together. Anything you would like to better understand how these huge services work, we can make that happen. Thank you. And then finally, Councillor Wilson, just to note, has joined the membership of the NWAFT Foundation Trust Liaison Group. So thank you very much for that, Graham. And Councillor Seif, new to the committee, he's had his arm twisted. He's going to join a liaison committee or two, or group or two, and they're always new members welcome. So that's it. We're going to have lunch and we will be back at 2. Thank you. Hello again, everyone. We will make a start on the afternoon session, the scrutiny session. So I hope you all had a good lunch break after our morning. Okay, our first item this afternoon is very welcome. It's health scrutiny support. The report can be found on pages 299 to 304 in the agenda pack. So I'd like to welcome Michelle Rowe, Democratic Services Manager, who has joined us at the meeting today to present a report. And she is joined by her colleague, Rashenda Greenhill, Democratic Services Officer. So thank you very much. We look forward to your report.
Thank you, Chair. In Democratic Services, we've taken the opportunity to review the support that we are able to provide to the scrutiny function of Adults and Health Committee. And I'll just highlight a few issues contained in the report. If I take you to section 2.1, we realized that following the election in 2021, we did a very extensive induction program and we did do a session on adults and health. But what we didn't do was specific scrutiny training with all members of this committee. And we therefore propose to contract an external provider to actually do proper scrutiny training and get that in hand if that's what the committee so wishes. We've also taken the opportunity to look at our specific support to the committee, and support is currently provided by Public Health in the form of Kate Parker, who does an excellent job. But there is a need to provide some degree of separation, I think, because of the nature of the public health role and the scrutiny function. And for many local authorities, scrutiny support is provided by Democratic Services. So we're therefore proposing that my colleague Rashenda Greenhill actually provides that specific support, provided becoming your scrutiny officer. That doesn't mean that we would do away with Kate, because we do need her. She has all the expertise, and it would mean us working very closely with Kate and being guided by her. But the actual sort of arrangements for scrutiny and what we could provide would be done by Rashenda. And you'll see in section 2.4, we've set out the role of the Democratic Services Officer, so you could see what they would be expected to do. It's also proposed that we hold pre-meetings before committees. Now, we wouldn't plan to do this on the same day as your committee, because obviously you have an extremely long day. We would suggest that this takes place after the agenda has been published and before the meeting, and this is done virtually. And this provides an opportunity for Rashenda to come up with some possible lines of inquiry for you to consider, and for then you to consider at this meeting how you want to go about scrutinizing. For instance, you know, if a particular member asks a question, how then that is developed and elaborated on, and just provide some structure for your meetings. The other point we would like to have is a wash-up meeting after scrutiny to see how well it's gone, whether we need to do anything different, whether there's anything else that you actually need that would help your role. And finally, it's the importance of the scrutiny agenda plan. It's important that this comes to the committee so that the committee can identify items for scrutiny, although we acknowledge the importance of the chair and vice chair of the committee in managing this plan, because we need to work with our partners and be flexible as to when and how they come to meetings. I'm happy to take any questions, Chair.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is a very welcome report, and it's an important issue for us to consider. And we do have much more limited opportunity to scrutinise now than used to be the case previously. So I think it's important that we utilise the time that we have available as efficiently and effectively as possible. Having a pre-meeting does make sense, but I think that one thing which is important here is that the actual scrutiny session itself, we shouldn't be expecting that the individuals who come to us will be talking for the first 30, 35, 40 minutes. of the scrutiny session, where they provided papers to us, it should be expected that we've already read those papers, and it shouldn't be necessary for them to summarise what they've already submitted to us, giving us more time to perform the scrutiny function of asking questions and getting information from that. The second thing which in this report, which I very much welcome, and I agree it's helpful for this to be planned in advance, is the opportunity for individuals who have a line of questioning, first of all, to get the questions answered immediately rather than them all being saved up till the end, but secondly, for them to be able to come back for a second or even third attempt, if necessary, to get further information from the individuals giving us evidence where it's appropriate to do so. And that has to be in the judgment of the chair, of course, but it can be so valuable. If you're scrutinizing someone, the idea that by one question you'll get all the answers you want is not really realistic. Very often the answers you are given just create more questions which should be followed up immediately and which can be extremely valuable in getting to the nub of the issues which need to be considered by us. The final point I'd like to make is I dread the thought of us having a wash-up session immediately following the end of our 4 o'clock meeting after 6 hours of being here. I can see that being the most popular part of any meeting of any committee in the whole of the county council. And I wonder if there could be some other means, even if it's just by us filling in a standard form and giving it to the chair at the end of the meeting, but rather than having a wash-up session at the end, I just wonder if something else could be achieved in order to get to the same objective. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I've got 3 other questions. Philippa, and then Claire, and then
was Michelle answering that one?
Oh, excuse me. Yes.
I think the only one that needed a response was on the wash-up session, and I think that's a very understandable point that's been raised, and certainly if it's the committee's wish, we can look at doing that differently.
Sorry about that. Thanks.
Looking at 2.4, I think it's a really good idea. To be honest, I never really thought about what you do with scrutiny, what scrutiny is for compared with other things. But the first one, where the Democratic Services Officer would attend the quarterly health liaison group meetings, are these the ones that we go to already? Because they have a slightly, well, they're not minuted. And I wonder if this would change the nature of them. And presumably it's been explored with the trusts involved, has it?
I think that's an excellent question. We are not there to minute them. So we wouldn't be minuting those meetings. We would be noting points. And we certainly wouldn't want to do anything that would cause any problems for our partners. Hence the importance of us working closely with Kate Parker to make sure that we do everything correctly and not cause any problems to partners that we have to work with.
Those are immensely useful, and sometimes just to be able to float ideas or hints of bits of casework that bring things to us, then the trusts get a feel for what we get. And vice versa, and we can often help our residents and their patients at the same time. So, but anything that would put them on their guard, it's a tricky one, but I'm quite sure that Kate and others can cope with that. Thank you.
Could I just venture to add to that question, because I believe what we've done in the past is to note suggestions by members at the quarterly liaison that we may have landed on a really interesting area for scrutiny. And 2 of the things that we're talking about today, well, virtual boards has come up before at these Chatham House rules discussions, and it's been a useful kind of platform from which to build the formal session that we're having today. And the other item that often comes up is workforce development, and we were discussing that this morning. So I think what's really helpful is to have a record of not to lose those important pieces of learning. And when we do have items that we would want to share, we would always go back to the trust to discuss how to do that. Thanks. Claire.
It was more or less the same as your point, actually. I find the quarterly liaison meetings for CPFT very helpful, and I come away and I forget to write things down. So it would be extremely helpful to have somebody who's a second memory. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Any other, did you, any other? Okay. This is such a welcome report, and I think we're all looking forward to the training and the new way of working that will allow us to collaborate a bit better. And I think I would just like to welcome Rashenda, and also to pay tribute to Kate, because I think our quarterly liaison meetings are unique. I don't know of any other council that does them. We have, I think, 28 meetings a year, and each one of them is invaluable. So thank you so much. Okay. We simply move to the recommendation, and then I'm going to go back and do what I forgot to do at the very beginning of the meeting, which is to welcome everybody. First, the committee is asked to consider and comment on the arrangements set out in the report to support the health scrutiny process, and I think we've done that. I should have started this meeting, welcomed members of the public to this meeting, and in particular, our district council colleagues who have joined us today for the afternoon. Councillor Corinne Garvey, Councillor Steve McAdam, who are here in the chamber with us, and then Councillor Jenny Gawthorpe-Wood, who's joined us online, and Councillor Liz Every, also online from East Cambridgeshire. Thank you very much for joining us. And I also should have said that filming and photography and all that is allowed. I think we know that. Okay. We will now move to the next item, the first main scrutiny item, item 16, the Major Trauma Centre in the East of England and the potential establishment of a second Major Trauma Centre in Norwich. The report can be found on pages 305 to 318 of the agenda document pack. Please can I welcome Simon Griffith, Head of Acute Services, NHS England, East of England, and Jai Rawal, Clinical Director of the Major Trauma Centre, Cambridge University Hospitals NHS Foundation Trust, and Asiya Mahmood, Major Trauma Centre Ops Manager, who will be joining us virtually at the meeting today to present the report. And we are a big area, the East of England, so virtual attendance is a very helpful thing to have today. Thanks. We'll move to your presentation, and then we'll have a discussion. Thanks.
Many thanks for that. I'm conscious of what one of your colleagues said about having read the papers before. Would you like me to go through the sort of paper prior, or would you like to just sort of launch into questions straight away? I'm happy either way, obviously.
I think we'd like a concise summary, please. That would be very helpful.
I shall try and be concise. I mean, it's a complicated area, but if I'm less than concise, please draw me up on that. What is major trauma? So seriously injured patients and children are described as having suffered from major trauma. This is measured on a scale known as the Injury Severity Score, or ISS, which scores injuries from 1 to 75, the latter being the most serious. Patients who have an ISS of 15 are defined as having suffered from major trauma, and a score of over 15 represents an injury or combination of injuries that are life-threatening and could be life-changing because it may result in long-term disability. And this is, major trauma is a significant cause of death in the east of England. There are 900 major trauma-related deaths between July 2020 and June 2022. The leading cause of major trauma, it may surprise you, are falls from less than 2 meters. And this is followed by vehicular incidents. And each year there are around 1,150 low falls and 320 vehicular incidents resulting in major trauma. Age profile is an important indicator. So while vehicular incidents are a major cause, or main cause rather, of major trauma in patients below middle-aged, above middle-aged, a significantly greater number have a result of falls, and 50% of major trauma takes place in the home. So major trauma centres like Addenbrooke's sit at the centre of a trauma network, a sense of excellence providing multi-specialty hospital care to seriously injured patients. They manage all types of trauma, but specifically have the lead for managing major trauma patients, providing consultant level care and access to tertiary and specialized services. So they need to provide a wide range of clinical specialties, including vascular, orthopedic, plastic, spinal, maxillofacial, cardiothoracic, neurosurgery, hyperacute rehabilitation, neuro and general ITU. And our network was established back in April 2012. It covers the whole of the East of England population, bar Watford, which links to the North West London trauma network, and Basel and the South End, which link to the North East London network. The network itself consists of Addenbrooke's, which is the major trauma centre, linking with 13 trauma units at the surrounding district general hospitals and the East of England Ambulance Service. The configuration of the network is based on modelling that took place back in 2010. And so 13 years down the line, we've seen a significant increase both in demand and consequential pressures on capacity. The original modelling was based on a population of 5.7 million, and the mid-2019 population estimate for the East of England is 6.2 million. So it's seen an increase of about 9% or 500,000 in population terms. And the ONS projections for a further increase to 6.58 million by 2031. Number of trauma patients presenting is increasing. We had 3,030 in 2012. In 2022, this was up to 5,330, so a 76% increase. The average age of those with ISS of 15 is increasing. It's gone up from 58 to 65 in men and 70 to 74 in women. The proportion of major trauma patients remaining in trauma units, which is not the ideal model of care, that's increasing as well. We've got 83% of major trauma patients currently remaining in trauma units. That was 77% back in 2021. And the level of consultant delivered trauma care and prolonged delays in transferring patients from trauma unit into Cambridge MTC remains an area of concern. So this combination of population expansion, demographic change, has resulted in significant pressure on the existing infrastructure. And during COVID-19, during the pandemic, this further highlighted capacity and network resilience issues within the MTC and at the trauma network in general, resulting in an increasing number of diverts being put in place due to capacity constraints at Cambridge. As a result of that, the network, Norfolk and Norwich, Addenbrooke's, ourselves and the East of England Specialised Commissioning Team had collaborative discussions about strengthening resilience of trauma services in the region. Norfolk and Norwich, as by far the busiest trauma unit that we have, with a comprehensive range of additional clinical services, was identified as being both willing and suitable to step up to a plate and assist Addenbrooke's in its major trauma role. 19th of January 2021, Norfolk and Norwich commenced provision of enhanced specialised trauma support, establishing a service to receive selected non-cranial and non-pelvic secondary care transfers from neighbouring trauma units, these being patients who had previously been transferred to Cambridge. Subsequently, the regional executive team at NHS England has approved the establishment of this project, which is a network review to consider the establishment of a second major trauma centre within the network located at Norfolk and Norwich Hospital. A planning group has been established. The programme is working through its first phase, the purpose of which is to review current and future demand for major trauma in the region and make an evidence-based recommendation as to how a sustainable, clinically effective MTC located at Norwich could meet service demands now and in the future. These are not new patients within the region, they are already here, but the pathway for some patients may change for better care provision. And the plan is not, or the plan, if enacted, won't affect Cambridgeshire patients. Cambridgeshire patients will continue to be seen both in a trauma and major trauma at Addenbrooke's and for trauma patients at Peterborough hospitals. So the phases of work that or work streams we're embarking on is a public health needs assessment of a population, a gap analysis and service requirements for Norfolk and Norwich Hospital, making a clinical case for change, a financial impact assessment, effective and comprehensive stakeholder involvement. And I should say this establishment of the second MTC is supported by clinicians and the boards at Addenbrooke's and Norfolk and Norwich. And earlier this week, we got support from a Norfolk HOSC who are supportive. So that is my sort of summary of where we've been and why we arrived at where we are. We're still very much in the working up the proposition phase of a project. I don't know if Mr. Rowell would want to say anything at this stage, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Sorry, please do go ahead if you'd like to add anything at this point before we start.
Yes, thank you very much, and pleasure to meet you all, albeit virtually. Major trauma, it's something that affects everybody to a greater or lesser extent. I think everyone knows people that have been in car accidents, but what does it actually mean? I'm going to put it in a few terms to just make it a bit more of a personal context for you, so you can identify with our patients. These are massively injured individuals. Okay, we say major trauma, but actually it doesn't represent what this means to people's lives, livelihoods, their family, their psychology, their return to work, their entire trajectory of their path changes and deviates to an entirely different course because of an event that has happened that will affect them for the rest of their lives. So if we talk about it in terms of statistics, it's the leading cause of death in the UK in the under 40s. Okay, more than all the cancers combined. If we were to take all of them of an under 40-year age group and look at what's the leading cause of mortality, it's trauma. Yeah, now I'm going to let you into a little secret here. It's got 1/10 the funding of all the cancer of the country in the under 40s group. So if you take something that affects people of working age and an elderly, because all people get affected by trauma to a greater or lesser extent, and we identify what that population group and how they're affected by it, it's incredibly high. Yet the resource has always been, this is not a rant, I promise, but the resource has always been quite constricted. It's always been a bit of an afterthought, hence the lack of a spinal injury hub unit, lesser, no MSK rehabilitation services, psychological support, etc. So this is a big deal. And part of being able to establish Norfolk and Norwich as a major trauma centre is to accredit them properly for the work that they do, but also to mean that they can expand their services to provide a greater care for the East of England, which is a big geographical area with a big population. We're probably one of the UK's largest trauma centres geographically, serving the highest volume of patients, which probably makes us one of the biggest in Europe as terms of major trauma centres. And that's something to be proud of, but also something that needs to be resourced, funded, supported, etc. And that's part of why this is happening, I think.
Thank you very much for your presentations. I vote we keep the presentations. And thank you for bringing it to human terms. We have lots of people with questions. Raise your hand if you don't have any questions. Councillor Seith, if you'd like to kick off, I will just, what I'd like to do is to go person by person, but if we could bear in mind that we do have a clock, and to try and bear the next person in mind, and perhaps not to repeat questions that others have asked, if that's all right. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be as brief as I can. I've got two questions, if I can put them together. The first, questions on the technical, medical and financial feasibility are obviously going to be answered by the studies that you're now in process. But can I ask, looking at the table C, distribution of patients by ISS, is it possible to estimate at this stage, and it may not be, I accept that, how many patients in the +15 ISS, and excluding the non-cranial and non-pelvic cases, are being brought into Addenbrooke's from the 45-minute catchment area that will be served by the proposed Norwich Hospital? And a second question, not connected with that directly, if it and when it is approved, sorry, if it is approved, when is it likely to become operational, the new MDC? And is there anything that can be done in the interim period to alleviate the considerable pressure on Addenbrooke's from the over 25 SS? Is it a function of staff? Is it a function of equipment? Is it a function of physical space? Could, for example, more specialists be recruited at this stage to take that pressure off Addenbrooke's? Yeah, my question.
Well, if I start on that, I mean, in terms of when, to take that question first, when Norfolk and Norwich would be up and running, as it were, I think it would be an incremental process. It wouldn't be a sort of a big bang. Today you are a fully functioning major trauma centre. So there are plans, when it's already happening, actually happening next month, for an outpatient neurosurgery clinic as the first phase of that particular piece. The recruitment of additional staff and capital requirements. So, for example, Norfolk and Norwich don't have a CT scanner in their ED, which is a requirement of the National Service Specification. It would be, I think, reaching consensus around what is good enough to start with, because nationally, not all, or very few actually, major trauma centres meet all the requirements of what it takes to be a major trauma centre. Now, that may be unpolitically correct to state, but because of its sort of exacting standards, there's a constant toing and froing of ability to meet the standards. So I think we'd reach a consensus with the network, but as now effectively where we are sort of halfway house and enhanced trauma service, we would get into a position where they can provide safe and effective major trauma. My gut feel would be we're probably 12 months from that, but we'd have to consult with all the clinicians and experts in regard to that. In terms of the data around ISS and travel time and all that sort of stuff, we've got comprehensive sort of patient level data which we can and are looking at as part of the needs assessment. So those questions or any questions related to that, I think we've got robust data. TARN is the national sort of database, but we've also got our own in-hospital data which we can look at to see site of injury and then map travel time. So I can answer the question in terms of yes, we can almost certainly provide that information, but I can't tell you what the data would tell us at this juncture.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we'll move across the room. Adele, did you have a question?
It's really good. Yeah, I was looking at this Annex A, which sort of gave the travel times to getting to the major trauma centre, e.g. Cambridge or Addenbrooke's, and you give the times as 45 minutes. It's the brown one, which is during peak hours. The green one is a journey in off-peak hours. That's how long it takes to get to the hospital. And then I get rather concerned about the very large blue area, that there's no indicator there of how long, if you lived right, I don't know, in Hunstanton or Cromer or somewhere like that, how long it would take to get to Addenbrooke's. And then part of that is the air ambulance service attends a lot of road accidents, and I'm wondering, it would be useful to have that information here to see how much they help with getting patients to Addenbrooke's, or even just from where the accident has occurred to the nearest trauma unit, and whether you actually use the air ambulance service to move trauma victims, say from Peterborough District to Addenbrooke's Hospital. Thank you.
Okay, I'm happy to answer that. I don't know, Mr. Rowell, if you'd like to have a go at that one first, or would you like me to?
So during, yeah, thanks, Simon. During daytime working hours, most of those transfers occur by ambulance crews. In terms of an actual number of transfers that occur, we call them either secondary transfers if they're going from the emergency department of, let's say, a trauma unit to our emergency department. And those have risen from 2012 of being about 320 a year to a peak in 2019, 2020 of about 500 to 600 a year transfers from trauma units on the day to emergency departments to emergency department. That you've got to bear in mind that the vast majority of major trauma is still being managed in environments that aren't necessarily ideal for it, partly because they might be frail and difficult to transfer, and there might be a reason to not transfer somebody. But the blue area that you're alert to, generally what happens for patients there, unless it is life or limb, in which case they'll come over by air ambulance, they tend to stay in the hospital that they're in until for their management and for their acute phase of management, and then transfer to us secondarily during working hours if needs be. So there's a bit of a discrepancy because of our geography, and that's one of the reasons for the development of the NNN as a major trauma centre, to really service the coastal areas that aren't being serviced as well as they could be. There was a question made by the previous councillor about what can be done to help. Well, the biggest burden on Addenbrooke's at the moment is bed pressure, and the bed pressure comes from a difficulty in discharging from lack of rehab services and social care facilities. So this is sort of progressive over time, and this is an accumulation of this problem. So what can be done? I don't think it's a case of actually having trained doctors and surgeons. I think we got a lot, but we don't have enough nursing therapy staff available with us in-house, nor do we have enough community services to safely discharge people out to the community. So that was in response to that question from before. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll keep that nugget for our workforce development scrutiny in October, I think. Everything leads back to workforce. I've got everybody is on the list, I think, but we'll make sure your questions are asked. Jenny Galthorpe Wood on the screen there from Cambridge. Would you like to ask a question?
Right, thank you. Some of the questions have already, I think, been asked, like where do the traumas occur, how many standing in area and how many are easy to reach Norwich. I'll ask the population question, which is, you know, I am surprised. Well, there's two questions. First of all, I am concerned about resources being moved from Addenbrooke's to Norwich. So I wanted kind of an assurance that it doesn't mean less money for Addenbrooke's for their trauma centre, major trauma centre. The second thing is, you know, we've had, you know, a huge population change in Cambridge since the last census. You're working on the 2019 mid-year population estimates. I'm kind of surprised. Well, I know DH certainly used to use short and long-term population projection, and it's really urging that, firstly, that you use the updated population estimates from the based on the 2021 census. And then I think it's also worth looking at travel to work areas to get at road traffic accidents and where commuters are. You know, that's your daytime population. And also kind of updating, using short and long-term projections and drilling down to local authority area. Because I'm wondering, which areas have got an ageing population. I would expect it to be North Norfolk, so that's your home falls, home traumas. Your RTAs could be all over the place, as it were. And I did wonder what the problem was with the Tarn data set, because you said that there was a problem with the data quality. And I noted that in section 5 on the current programme, East of England, well placed, Norwich, well placed to facilitate enhanced trauma rehabilitation as part of an ICS solution. Now, I assume this means rehabilitation because you've mentioned that already. Is that the case? Hope that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. A lot of questions. I'll see if I can go through them. So, in terms of resources, there is absolutely no intention of taking resources, be they financial or human, out of Cambridge University Hospital. This would have to be new financial resource going into Norfolk and Norwich to support it. I mean, there would be human resource in terms of there's a couple of clinical fellows from neurosurgery who the intention is that they would help Norfolk and Norwich, but this is effectively these are patients who would then, if Cambridge clinicians weren't going to Norwich, those patients would be going to Cambridge, if that makes sense. So it doesn't free up any, as I said earlier, this is not about new patients, it's about changing the pathway. And enhancing, I think, certainly where Norfolk and Norwich want to go is to get to and supported by the neurosurgery team at Addenbrooke's, is to build up the neurosurgery capacity at Norfolk and Norwich, because there are significant challenges at both in terms of bed days or bed numbers and waiting lists at Cambridge for neurosurgery. Population estimate, yes, our public health consultant is using, as part of the needs assessment, the latest ONS data. So it's probably my error in putting an old figure there, but no, rest assured she's using all the latest data. In terms of local authority, again, our public health clinician is drilling down to local authority area, not least look at areas of deprivation to see if there's any link between deprivation and the need for major trauma. The preliminary findings suggest there is no particular correlation between the two. And part of that sort of local authority drill down is to look at age profile, because there is a significant correlation between population age and the falls below 2 meters. And yes, as you said, there are significant, you look at a heat map here in front of me, the sort of the dark area of the elderly population, or the greatest concentration of the 65 to 89 population, is absolutely around that Norfolk Suffolk coast. So Cambridge comes out quite pale in my black and white picture here, but that elderly population is there. So as part of that needs assessment work, there's a lot of work going on around sort of population analysis, both from age, deprivation, et cetera, at a local authority level. I think the issue of Tarn quality data is less for quality of the data and more the absence of reporting to Tarn. So some trusts are better at submitting their returns than others, and it's a constant battle with all the trauma units to ensure sort of compliance in terms of reporting in an appropriate and timely fashion. Addenbrooke's, I'm happy to say, as a major trauma centre, are very good at reporting to Tarn. If I've missed any of your questions, apologies.
Thank you. Claire, you're next.
This is a workforce question. To be designated a major trauma centre, does it make it easier to recruit to senior posts? and particularly to senior posts with an academic content? And then second related question, might it also mean that you would be taking senior people from Addenbrooke's?
Well, the intention is not to take any senior people from Addenbrooke's. One would assume if Norfolk and Norwich advertise for staff, then there is always the possibility that a clinician from Addenbrooke's would wish to apply for that post, but that's just the nature of recruitment. Whether having the status of being a major trauma centre acts as a sort of a pull factor in recruitment, I don't know. I'm not close enough to that. I certainly, it makes it a more rounded hospital with a greater variety of work to be undertaken. So that may be attractive. But I think most of the workforce is probably in place at Norfolk and Norwich, certainly from a consultant perspective. It would need strengthening in a couple of areas, but the broader sort of vascular, maxillofacial, etc. components of the major trauma pathway, I think are broadly there. I think one of the big gaps they've got is rehab. They would need to recruit a consultant in rehab medicine. And they do work, I should have probably mentioned earlier, but the Coleman Centre in Norwich, which is part of Norfolk Community Healthcare, is the region's level 1 neurotrauma rehab centre. And so they're starting to have closer discussions between the two around how they can work closer together. So again, that wouldn't be to the detriment of either Addenbrooke's or the Cambridge population. It would be, I think, around enhancing a service that's already in place.
I think one of the in terms of academic recruitment, it often helps being a major trauma centre in terms of getting expert clinical teams together. It helps being a major trauma centre. Interestingly, in training across the UK, trauma is often a secondary focus, not the primary focus. So people like me who are trauma surgeons in orthopedics, we don't have a concept of traumatology in the UK like there is in Europe or in America, which is an interesting phenomenon, and we're trying to improve that through training. However, most of the recruitment that's difficult is of our allied professionals, so rehab, physiotherapists, occupational therapists, and nursing staff. And that's one of the hardest places and groups to recruit with in Addenbrooke's itself, partly because of the cost of living, house prices, commuting that we have in Cambridge. So very few of our nursing staff are able to live in the city that they work in. And the cost of parking for healthcare professionals, healthcare assistants, theatre support workers is astronomical, and 25 to 30% of their salary. So that's untenable, right? If you want staff to come to this hospital and fill posts, you have to make it easy for them. That was a bit of a passionate moment. I think Norfolk and Norwich possibly has a slightly cheaper house pricing and rental market, so it may be easier. But one of the biggest problems we have in Addenbrooke's at the moment, which is affecting our capacity in our intensive care units, is around staff recruitment and retention.
Thank you very much. And all the passionate comments are very welcome. I'm just going, don't worry, I've got everybody, I'm going back and forth around the room. Anne, did you have a question?
In actual fact, my question has already been answered, but can I just say, I really do support this because it will cut down and relieve the pressure on Addenbrooke's, and it will also lead to better outcomes for some trauma patients because they'll get to a trauma centre quicker. So well done, I really do support it.
Thank you. Corinne Garvey.
I have a particular interest in this because I worked at the rehab unit from when it was set up, and many of the patients that I saw had head injuries. So I really support this move. I just wondered whether, in fact, you whether you get an extra pot of money that will help with the support of this from government or any other sources.
No, no, we don't. From a revenue perspective, it would need to be found from existing growth budgets. So in terms of all the priorities we have to address, from burns, cancer, cardiac, this would have to be prioritized. Well, in a sense, it has been prioritized because we're doing this piece of work, and the initial prognosis in terms of expected growth and the figures I've already given to you in terms of growth from where we started clearly indicate an upward trajectory, not least because we've got an aging population, and the older you are, the more likely you are to need to access major trauma services. So from that perspective, it comes from within our internal budgets. Any capital requirements, so capital is either within the trust's budget, so Norfolk and Norwich in this instance would need to prioritise within their capital allocation any attribution to support major trauma, or we may, it is possible to sort of make a bid to sort of NHS England centrally, who ultimately determine the allocation of capital spending. But the initial indications are capital is not likely to be a significant problem, although it might be. We're still waiting for the Norfolk and Norwich business case, which is not due till the end of March. But revenue sits with us. We'll need to prioritise it. Capital either comes from a trust, or we'd have to make a national application.
Thank you. Corinne, do you mind turning off your, thanks. Next question, Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Chair. I was very disappointed by this report, but I wholeheartedly support the recommendations. So let me explain that. Go back 2 months ago when this first came to my attention, and I must admit I knew nothing whatsoever about major trauma centres. And one of the things I didn't know is, where are the existing major trauma centres? So I asked for maps to be provided to me, which I'm pleased have been replicated here in this report, and I think are really helpful. And I hadn't realised that apart from the Cambridge Trauma Centre, our closest ones as far as the northern part of the county are concerned are effectively in Coventry, at least for adults, and in Nottingham, which are nowhere near as close as Cambridge is. And what I would have hoped was that the health inequality, the geographical health inequalities that we've got within Cambridgeshire may be assisted by the proposal we've got in front of us. And what was very helpful was the Annex A report, the Annex A map, which is provided, the 45-minute journey time by land to the MTC, both in off-peak hours and during peak hours. And not surprisingly, the further north in the county you go, the more time it takes to get access to the MTC. And the further north in the county you go, the greater the geographical health inequalities are as well. So that wasn't exactly surprising, but it was very helpful to see that geographically explained on the map that was given to us. But what was also very clear from that was the abundant need there has to be, taking the east of England as a whole, for the areas of Norfolk and Suffolk, which are way beyond the 45-minute time limit of getting to Cambridge MTC. And whilst Norwich is hardly central, even to the eastern part of East Anglia, nevertheless, if you look at the major road connections, the A12 and the A47, it is almost a no-brainer that if you are to have a second MTC in the area, Norwich is clearly the most appropriate place to have it in order to satisfy the requirements for the greatest number of individuals to have better access to MTCs when it's necessary. So I support this because clearly, given the wider picture of the east of England and the country as a whole, it's an appropriate location to have this second MTC in the east of England. But my concern is, and it's a challenge, will anything be done at all to try and ensure that when this change takes place, that there could be some improvement in the treatment that there is, the access that there is as far as the northern part of Cambridgeshire is concerned, because we will not benefit from Norwich. It'll be much further away in terms of time than getting to Cambridge City. And I'm always keen to see how changes which take place can manage also to reduce geographical health inequalities. Thank you, Chair.
I think all I would say is that by establishing a second major trauma centre, it releases, one would hope it releases some of the burden, if burden is the right word, on Addenbrooke's by diverting patients elsewhere. And so for the natural, or the new catchment, which certainly would include northern Cambridgeshire, one might assume that it would lead to easier access and perhaps fewer delays for those patients who are transferred as secondary transfers for major trauma from North West Anglia Hospital to Addenbrooke's. I think it's clear that if we don't do anything, if we don't have a second major trauma centre, then the whole population, be it in Peterborough or in Lowestoft, is going to be significantly disadvantaged, because all the sort of projections on demand and population growth show that the current setup would be overwhelmed within 3-4 years, I would think.
Philippa.
Thank you. Yes, I'm curious as to how you managed to deal with trauma in terms of the right people ready to do the job, because clearly it's not elective, and I'm not suggesting Mr. Rouse sits around most of the day twiddling his thumbs at all. And the fact that we at the major trauma centre would require a trauma team present 24 hours a day for immediate reception of the patient, I'm amazed that you've got one at all. This is a big extra requirement if we're of upskilling Norfolk and Norwich. Presumably some of the staff that you've got already would be able to move should they choose. But I would like to know whether a lot of these people are sort of double-hatted, so you can be taken away from a hip operation that was elective towards somebody who's fallen and it needs immediate care, and presumably that will help Addenbrooke's, and if we can find extra people for Norfolk and Norwich, it'll help them too. It's this trauma means immediate to me, and that obviously must be a problem for the workforce.
Thank you. I'm going to hand over to my clinical colleague, I think, on this. I'm happy to answer, but I think you'll get a more informed response from Mr. Rowell.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Trauma to you means immediate. To me, it means broken. So it can take slightly different meanings. And there are two phases that trauma can come in. Obviously, there's the acute phase, but there's quite a lot of secondary transfers from adjacent hospitals around Cambridgeshire, Norfolk and Suffolk that come to us at Addenbrooke's for the complexity of the trauma. So there's a drawing in, almost a whirlpool effect of having trauma specialists who are able to deal with more complex injuries. So, for example, I take referrals from across the region, East Anglia, and my colleagues do as well, for complex pelvic and acetabular trauma or complex lower limb trauma. And so that comes to us secondarily, usually within a week or two, depending on bed status in the hospital to us. The trauma team is comprised predominantly of individuals in the emergency department. So it's about, stages of that care. The patient comes in through the emergency department, gets handed on to the inpatient teams then manage trauma. So that's kind of how it is. And we do have a double hat. So we have an elective practice as well as a trauma practice. It's just that at Addenbrooke's, there are a group of us, seven or so, who have a very specialist trauma for the complexity that often happens with these injuries. I hope that answers your question. Forgive me if I haven't.
That does indeed answer it. I live under the helicopter line, and always sort of give thanks to somebody at the end of the helicopter, at the helipad, to help these people. I'm sure they need you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think everyone's had a chance to ask a question. I'm going to ask one, if I may. Firstly, I wanted actually to note in your report your mention of the mutual aid during COVID that seems to have laid some groundwork for this venture, which is, something a good thing to note. Take away the 10% funding figure, and there's a lot to think about here that in all sorts of ways. I wanted to ask about prevention, and that isn't your job. A lot of that is our job. I'm thinking of, and I don't know if I'm going down the right track or not, with falls prevention and of course road safety. So these are county council issues, and it'd be interesting. I realize we can't do it right now, but there are some important takeaways from what you've presented to us today for us to think about. I haven't asked you a question yet. My question is about emergency services and their availability in the first place. I'm not thinking of arrival at hospital. I'm thinking of the capacity and emergency services to be part of this picture. If you could cast some light on that, please. Thanks.
Are you talking about the ambulance service in this respect, Chair, or?
What is the component of transfer, I suppose? Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, so, I mean, I'm sure you're aware the ambulance service has been under unprecedented pressure recently. I think part of it is this could be a small part of the solution. So if you think the sort of travel mapping we've done, if you come from Lowestoft to Addenbrooke's, it's 1 hour and 49 minutes on a blue light, and pretty similar for Lowestoft. These are long journeys for an ambulance to take, even before having to offload and return. Effectively, it would take, it takes an ambulance out of work for 5 hours or so. So by having a second major trauma centre with clearly shorter journey times, it should impact beneficially for the ambulance service. Now you have to balance that at the same time with the projections of increasing demand for major trauma and indeed for trauma. So we're still going to need more, more paramedics and more ambulances because the demand for the service is going up. But shorter journey times is obviously good for the patient. It's good for the paramedics in terms of them not having to or being able to provide appropriate care for a shorter period of time before handing over to the consultant body for the sort of definitive stage of the care. So I'm not sure, I sort of rambled a little bit there, but hopefully that's answered your question. I think it will address some of the pressures in the service, but as one door closes, another one opens, which is increased demand over the next 5, 6, 7 years.
Okay, no, thank you. That's good.
Could I just have a supplementary point, if I may, just briefly on prevention? That's a really, really important point. And I know the trauma network is looking to get further engaged in the whole prevention agenda. So I will feed back to the network director on that, because I think there is a lot of work that can be done between local authorities and the NHS on prevention with regard to major trauma.
Thank you. I mean, I hope we will minute that and do something with that. I think we will draw to a close, if that's okay with everyone. But thank you so much. It's been a hugely insightful discussion for us, first time, as one of the councillors said. So we're really grateful for your valuable time, and good luck. And we hope to hear of good progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We look forward to reporting back to you.
Thank you.
Right. I'm going to move to the report recommendation. The committee is recommended to support the program of work to determine the establishment of a second major trauma center in the region. And this we have done, I believe we've done. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Yeah. We're going to move to the virtual ward report, which is on pages 319 to 336, where we have John Roop, SRO from Virtual Wards, Cambridgeshire and Peterborough ICS, and Managing Director, North Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Care Partnership, joining us here on the screen to present the report. Welcome, John, and if you'd like to speak to us for, say, 10 minutes or so, 5 or 10 minutes, then we can have ample time for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just check you can hear me okay? Yeah. Good, thank you. It's my first time at this committee, so I'm keen to learn about the amount of information you require, whether it's too little or too less, and I really recognise the point made at the beginning of the meeting about not reading through the paper. So please take the paper as read. The one thing I wanted to bring to your attention was a request to describe some case studies regarding the experiences of residents in our new virtual ward programme. So I will just take a few minutes just to take 3 examples which have been approved by the individuals concerned for us to share at this committee. So our first case study is a 67-year-old patient with cancer being treated by the Blood Cancer Service. She recently had intensive chemotherapy and was recuperating in hospital while she awaited a stem cell transplant. The patient, because of the chemotherapy, has a low resistance to infection and requires a degree of monitoring, including checking temperature and pulse. So before the virtual ward came into being, she may have spent up to several weeks in hospital being monitored while awaiting a transplant. So our alternative pathway, our virtual ward, has allowed this person to be managed at home with a care plan and remote monitoring. This has reduced risk of hospital-acquired infection and reduced isolation from family through a prolonged hospital stay. And through the remote monitoring that we offer through the virtual ward, checking on vital signs through teams based back at the hospital, and reviewing the care regularly with calls to the patient and home visits wherever necessary, and giving open access to the virtual ward team. So instead of being hospital for this person, she and her husband were able to celebrate their golden wedding anniversary at home. And she said, and I quote, "I can sit in my own lounge, sleep in my own bed, and I've not once felt worried about whether I should be in hospital. I still go in for my regular appointments, and if I have any concerns at home, I just give Gemma and the team a call." Our second case study is a 68-year-old who was admitted to hospital with a headache, with high blood pressure and low blood sodium level. The patient was assessed as being suitable as a virtual ward patient and then was transferred from hospital. The patient was really keen to be managed at home as she cares for her husband who has some mild cognitive impairment and was worried about how he would cope while she was away from home. The patient was in our virtual ward for 13 days, and her status and care was discussed twice daily at our virtual ward clinical huddles. During this time, the patient had 6 home visits at which her observations were checked and bloods taken. The patient had remote monitoring, including 10 telephone calls from senior clinicians to review how she was doing. At each encounter, she expressed her gratitude for the service, and each time asking for her compliments to be passed back to the whole team. Her quote is, "I'm so grateful to the team supporting me to leave hospital and receive my treatment at home. It was very important to me to be at home with my husband to make sure he was well and not confused. The service was brilliant. I've had lots of visits and calls to check on me and make sure I was well." So our third case study and final case study is a 72-year-old was admitted to hospital with confusion. All the appropriate investigations were taking place in the emergency department, and they were in particular looking for signs of a stroke or bleed, which wasn't found. The patient was identified as having an infection and treated with intravenous antibiotics. She was also diagnosed with delirium due to the infection. The antibiotics were changed to oral antibiotics, and the patient was transferred to our virtual ward. The patient was visited at home, and we found that she had a urine infection through a urine dip test, and made sure that she was then put onto the right medication. At that point, we recognised the patient was struggling to wash properly and had no personal care support at home. So a referral was made for care support, and within 2 hours that assessment was completed, and then that support was put in place. So again, as with the other case studies, regular blood tests and observations completed with daily calls from a senior clinician. And the patient was able to complete a treatment at home with support from personal care while she was unwell. And her quote is, "I was very confused when I was in hospital and felt alone and scared. Being able to go home was wonderful. During my time in the virtual ward, I felt supported and comforted. I was able to get help with washing, which stopped the soreness I had. It was a wonderful service, and I was support throughout, feeling so unwell." Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that, John. We always are so glad to have case studies and for these services to be brought to life. We'll now move to questions as we did before. Would anyone like to kick off? Sorry, I'm gonna go. Okay, and I've seen a couple of hands over here. Corinne, we'll start with you. Thank you.
This seems a very good scheme, and again, thank you very much for the case studies. I'm assuming that these patients that get referred don't need to have any sort of drips while they're at home, or any sort of peg feeding or anything like that. Is that right?
So, so we, where appropriate, we will support people with antibiotics at home. Sometimes that's intravenous, and then the intravenous part of the team, intravenous antibiotics part of the team, will then visit the individual and change the medication appropriately throughout the day. Sometimes that's very regular. So where we can manage at home and we've got the support to do it, we will very happily do that. But it's very much on a case by case basis where those needs can be met.
And just a second question. There's a scheme by which patients to keep patients out of being admitted to hospital in the first place. Is the virtual ward scheme very different from the scheme that's provided for those keeping them out of hospital?
So there are two elements to how we look at the virtual ward, one of which is trying to support people who would otherwise be hospitalised, so avoiding them having to wait a long time for a bed and go through a very busy emergency department. So if we can support them prior to even needing to be transported to hospital, we will, and the team will do that. So often we get calls in the virtual ward from the ambulance service saying, could you possibly come and assess this individual and see if they can be cared for at home with various support? So we we try and do that as much as possible. We also have in-reach from the team into the emergency department to see, actually, rather than someone being then transferred into a bed within a hospital, can we take them home safely and support their needs there through some of the examples I gave in the case study. So and then at the sort of the back end of the process, can we take people home earlier than they would have been home through the virtual ward and shorten their length of stay in hospital. And that's really important, because hospitals are not always the greatest place to stay. There's heightened risk of loss of function for people in their beds, in their hospital beds for a long period of time, and there's increased risk of infection as well. So the benefit of being able to shorten that length of stay or optimize that length of stay in a hospital bed is really important for us. And one of the things we're looking at now is actually what harm do we think we've reduced from people being able to be put into a virtual ward, back in their own home, into their own social support function, as opposed to being in a hospital bed for longer.
Thank you for that. Could I move next to Jenny Garthorpe-Wood?
Afraid I've got rather a lot of questions again. The first thing is 1.4. I wondered which were the 3 acute hospital trusts you were working with. And secondly, 1.5, it's on the funding and continuation funding. And I wondered if you could speak about this. Sounds like a really good project or program. And then I've got several other questions, but one of them was when you talk about in 1.8 unscheduled care initiatives, I wondered what that meant. I think you might have covered that really in some of the case studies. And then the initial support in 2.2, 5 days wraparound support. I just wondered what that meant, but again, I think you might have covered that in the case studies or a little bit. And then in 3.2, the new pathways for well, there's a whole set of things, new pathways for dealing with various admission avoidance, acute surgery. I got a bit confused about this, what the new pathways for these other things you were looking at, musculoskeletal care elements of palliative care, pediatric, acute surgery, and admissions avoidance. So I wonder if you can comment on that. Thank you.
Of course. So the 3 trusts that we've been working with is North West Anglia Foundation Trust, Cambridge University Hospitals, and Royal Papworth. Because of the specialist nature of the Royal Papworth Trust, that's a smaller virtual ward function. So we often have on an average day, about 5 people being supported at home through that pathway, whereas we might have 40 to 50 each day as we grow the service for each of Cambridge University Hospitals and North West Anglia. In terms of funding, it's obviously been funded as articulated in the paper. As across the whole of the National Health Service at the moment, financial planning is underway for next year. So we're hoping to secure a good number of beds. And one of the things we're really trying to do is make sure we use the capacity, because we've created the capacity, but we've been growing the service as it went live from the autumn. And that's growing it because we're testing it and we want it to go safely, and we want to build confidence of clinicians who are referring into it as well, and make sure our monitoring is appropriate and obviously safe. In terms of some of the wraparound care, so various different things, maybe supported by a community nursing team, maybe supported by social services, again, depending upon the need of the individual. But the sort of the core offer is to make sure that we've got the right tests in place and that right clinical support to people each day, including multiple home visits wherever necessary. And in terms of the new pathways, so as we grow this, we're experiencing new opportunities. to expand it. So particularly when we look at people who are having quite significant orthopedic operations and then rehabilitating, can this be done in a virtual ward in their own home environment? Is something we're exploring because we actually believe we can improve people's outcomes better than them being in a hospital bed and potentially losing function while do that. So the more mobile we can get people after big operations, the better. And particularly looking at for children with complex needs, rather than being in a paediatric unit in a hospital, can we create a much nicer environment for them in the home environment where they have all of that support network, parents and family as well. So those are some of the things we're now exploring to say, can we grow this? And again, based on those individual needs, can the team grow and support that? Obviously, if we're dealing with children and we've been dealing with adults today, we'll have to change the blend of the team to support their needs. Does that answer the question?
I think so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll next go to Graham.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, John, for that summary and particularly for the case studies. The third case study in particular, you talked about the need for support from other professionals. So I'd be interested in Jyoti or Debbie's view on what the implications are for the County Council and whether you are as enthusiastic as we seem to be about this virtual ward concept.
Quite frankly, it sounds fantastic. I mean, what more could you want than to go, who wants to be in hospital? Who on earth wants to be in hospital? So the more we can get people out in their own surroundings, the more likely they are to remain able and independent. So this all sounds very promising. Of course, we need to see the data to back this up over time and to build confidence, as you said, John, but it sounds fantastic to me.
So I'm a key partner on the North Integrated Care Partnership, so I've been very involved in this development. So absolutely what Jyoti said, fully support it. And for, in terms of the outcomes for individuals, John's mentioned all the reasons why you don't want to be in hospital, and your recovery at home is, that really delivers positive outcomes. So whilst we might be talking about wraparound support to begin with, gradually that will reduce as people become, their health improves and they become and remain as independent as they possibly can. So yeah, great initiative.
Thank you for that, Graham. That's a good question. Anne, hey, did you have a question? No.
Adele.
Oh, Adele, excuse me, Adele.
Yes, I think it's a wonderful idea. No one wants to be in hospital if they can possibly help it. But I suppose what I'm a little bit concerned about, having a 96-year-old mother living independently at home, requiring support from me, is, this is gonna, if something like this happens, it's gonna put extra pressure on unpaid carers, family members. What are you going to do to support them? And if not that I'm saying I'd ever do it, but if the family members said that they can't cope with it, then would you listen to the patient's aspirations, or would you listen to the family member who's going to have to deal with all the difficulties?
Yeah, so I think it's a really important question. So one of the things we want to explore as we roll this out is a bit of a test on equity. So are we predominantly referring people in with better family support networks versus people who don't? And what do we do for those people who don't have the same support networks that can enable them to work this way? And then think about what that means for the model within the service. Actually, do we need more social support to supplement this? I think is a question we're continuing trying to evaluate, actually. And I hope in terms of the individual needs and the environment, we would want to be really clear that the individual felt willing and able to manage at home with the support of the virtual ward, as well as carers whether unpaid or otherwise. And if that wasn't the case, and we didn't think we could deliver the support required to put someone in our virtual ward and support them at home, then the alternative would be probably be a hospital stay while we plan some of the care arrangements around it for when they don't require the same intensity of clinical support.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great question. Sorry. Jeff.
Thank you, Chair. This is a very, very exciting use of digital technology, and I think we can all see that its potential for expansion of the virtual ward services is going to be exponential in future years. But can I ask, and this is possibly my lack of understanding, despite your very, very clear case studies, you've created this is an understanding of how it actually works operationally. You've created 190 virtual wards, you tell us in the report. Is this a function of, first of all, the monitoring staff that you have at one end of the transmission, as it were, and then the staff that can routinely go to patients? You tell us that you're also operating at 50% occupancy. Is that because the demand, inverted commas, is not there, or that you are limited by the staff that can service 190 virtual wards? And you also talk about increasing it to 80%. So how are you going to do that? Can I just add the last question, because while I've got the microphone, what do you do in case of, well, I suppose it's connected with the other points really. What do you do in the case of a medical emergency, which could happen 24/7? How is that covered? Clearly you've explained the wraparound services, which is great, but medical emergency, a real emergency that occurs at home, is it going to be then just a usual ambulance service, or are the service, would they get the sort of treatment that they would otherwise get if they were in a hospital ward?
Yeah. Thank you. So we have created capacity for up to 190 places within the virtual ward. We've not used all of those yet, and as you say, our sort of average utilization is about 50–60% at the moment, and that's because we're growing it. So we have the capacity to fill all of those, albeit some of it, because it's new, is done with temporary staffing. And one thing we're really keen to do is to make the investment for next financial year from April, and then recruit substantively into these teams, who will quite practically form huddles around the needs of patients each and every day. So they do this every day to say, actually, what's the status of this individual? What are their needs? Do they require a call? Do they require a home visit? Do they require any tests doing? Do they require any support from other agencies and support? And then they'll respond accordingly. So we very much want to increase the occupancy of this, because as we grow more confident with it, we think we could fill many more of these places with individuals, and that's why we're exploring some of the other areas I talked about earlier to think about utilizing that capacity. In terms of medical emergencies, obviously the individual has the ability to call the team. I think in the case studies, one said we just call Gemma, which is good that they've got that level of relationship and can indicate challenges. And the response to that could be the team will go out and visit, and they'll visit usually, well, almost always within 2 hours. And we have an urgent community response team as well that supplements that, which has a standard of visiting within 2 hours to assess that. If it's more serious, then of course we use the ambulance service to transfer someone back to hospital to be assessed, and then we'll have another look at what's the appropriate package for them. One of the things we're looking to do is to develop more sophisticated home monitoring through technology, and we're looking at various different products to do that, so that we can detect things such as changes changes in how someone's blood oxygen is, or how someone's pulse is, and so on, so that that monitoring can also be proactive as well. So we're looking to see how we could implement that, so we could support a broader cohort of people through the virtual ward team.
Chris, and then Philippa, and then me, if there's time. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I've long supported this concept since it first became public. I've got two very separate questions. The first one is another one, a boring one about borders, I'm afraid. Seeing the various hospital trusts which are being worked with on this initiative by the ICB, what is happening as far as patients who live in the Wisbech area are concerned, who are outside these hospital trusts and who look towards QEH at King's Lynn? Are they being dealt with a similar system which is based in King's Lynn, or are they falling between the two stools of the hospital they go towards and the areas which the ICB is currently cooperating with in this programme? That's the first question. The second one is, we've always got to, when we're looking at new methods of treatment, we've got to go back to the basics of saying the patient has to be at the centre of everything. And it's easy to get lost in the details of administration and of bureaucracy and to forget about the patient. And the patient, of course, is more than just the sum of that patient's symptoms. You've also got the social side of the patient, which is quite separate. Now, it's quite correctly been said that if you're a sick person, just about the worst place you want to be in is in a hospital because of hospital-acquired infections, isolation, and immobility. Sometimes you're forced to stay in a hospital, but where it's possible not to be in a hospital, it's very often advantageous, as has been said, to be in your own home, where it's clinically appropriate to do that. There are two things on that to do with resources. The first is it's very important, although there is the side effect that this will be in some respects less expensive than someone staying in a hospital bed. It's very important that that doesn't become a driving force in what is being done. It's the clinical requirement, and it is the good of the patient which should come first before doing this just for the sake of it being cheaper. But the second thing is, as was mentioned by Councillor Costello, there can be social care costs involved in this when someone is at home. To what extent are we ensuring that the ICB is looking at this as a whole system to ensure that where there are social care costs, that they are being covered by this, rather than that just falling on the county council almost as a byproduct of what's being done?
Thank you. In terms of the question about borders and cover, so the positive thing is that virtual wards are being established around our hospitals across the country. So if you were an individual who ended up in King's Lynn Hospital, they have a virtual ward which would then support you. Much the same as one of the case studies, the individual had been to Addenbrooke's but lived in Essex, but the virtual ward still supported the individual in Essex. So we hope through that network of different virtual wards that we can provide no geographical barriers to people being supported through this. And the beauty of it is you're supported at home as well. So I hope that explains it. I'd be surprised if we had any gaps in terms of geographical coverage. In terms of this being orientated around the individual, we're obviously testing satisfaction of this broadly, and we've just had the results from analysis of patient experience from our virtual ward led by Cambridge University Hospitals. I'm really pleased to say that there was 100% satisfaction with the service, which was really, really positive. I don't think we expected it to be that good with something so new, but that's assessing actually how did it feel for that individual. So I hope there's some that's replicated with our other virtual wards as we examine the experience. In terms of the value for money, are we doing this because it's cheaper? We're doing this partly because we've run out of capacity. So the counterfactual to some of this is we rapidly got to build much bigger hospitals, which take a lot of time and a lot of money. So we want to make sure that we are utilising best practice, and this is delivered across across the world in various different ways, utilising best practice in our NHS to support the capacity we need for an increasingly older population. So it's not necessarily a case of is it cheaper and that's why we're doing it. It's a better way of meeting the demands that we face. And that's why one of the reasons we want to grow it and increase the occupancy of the capacity we have available. The planning we do across our partnership across health and social care means that we are increasingly thinking about what are the contributions that each partner needs to make, whether those are community services, hospital services, social services, voluntary community and faith sector, to actually then think about actually who's best to form a multidisciplinary team and support this. And that's why I made the comment earlier about actually do we need to adapt the model to have greater social support for people going through this, as opposed to clinical, and very much something that's a live discussion as we develop the model. And that's very much not about a cost shunting exercise. That's saying actually how does the investment we're making in these virtual wards, how's that best utilised to come back to your point about to meet the needs of the individual and be particularly patient-centred.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask a question, if I may. I wouldn't normally ask a question on the equalities impact assessment, but I did feel kind of concerned on rough sleepers, asylum seekers, undocumented migrants. I think especially undocumented migrants, it feels a bit of a stretch to say that this presents an opportunity to sort situations. I think and Adele's question on a very different circumstance when someone doesn't have the adequate support network at home. That's a really, that support network is part of the package. And I know you have to fill out equality impact assessments. I kind of think Adele's hypothetical case might fit there, but I suppose you simply wouldn't discharge a patient to a virtual ward if the support network was not there. And I suppose in terms of these inclusion health groups at the bottom of the equalities impact assessment, if possible, to have a more realistic, and I don't, apologies, because I may be, I may not understand, I don't know very much about this, but if it's a stretch, it's a stretch. I'm trying to imagine the situation. I think all the other questions I had have been answered, so I will stop there. And actually, except to say, it feels like a new kind of discharge, doesn't it? It's part of the direction of travel of living independently at home, as you said earlier. So, which can only be a good thing. So has everyone had their chance? Oh, Philippa, did I forget to ask you? Apologies. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. I'm afraid I'm feeling less positive about this than my colleagues here. There's all sorts of questions in my mind. What's the difference between this and hospital at home or hospice at home? How come the medical teams think that they're going to identify things like housing problems or income problems because somebody is coming into a virtual ward, as opposed to noticing they might have a problem when they're coming to an appointment at hospital? If this actually does show a change in attitude amongst those working in hospitals, so that they take into account a little bit more the home circumstances of their patients, possibly because they're seeing them on a screen in their own sitting room, that would be quite helpful. But I don't actually see the extra resources or extra techniques coming in here that actually apply to as many people as you're suggesting. For example, presumably everybody would have to have a functioning smartphone or tablet or larger screen device. Will those be provided, and will the ability to actually log in that day be inevitably there, or will they need somebody to come and help them log on? Obviously, we've got older people much more adept at this sort of thing now, because they've been going to church on Zoom for years now, and they got quite used to that. But that aside, there are plenty of people who would find it very difficult to access a screen or to make themselves understood on it. And then we have this almost suggest, that you can't have remote monitoring of most things. Pulse oximeter maybe, but the other stuff is pretty expensive to have one in every home or bed space you are creating with your virtual ward. So presumably there are going to be some beds that can't come into a virtual ward because they're either too dirty or too insecure, or they haven't got the right occupants in them, or those people are living alone. Because I'm afraid I don't find convincing the pages 325 or 326. Older adults, particularly those living in rural areas who rely on public transport, I think, great, they've identified this, and yes, almost certain, but how are these people going to almost magically get the carers, as Adele says, or the support at home? How will you be identifying things that just aren't there? Sleeping rough, I think I could tell you that there's an insecure housing issue there, and you don't need to come on a screen in a virtual ward to know that. But there are other things keeping people out of hospital as far as access and equity is concerned. Sorry to end on a negative note, but I really do require convincing that this works for people who are not wealthy enough, or not living in the right sort of places at the moment to get the care they need.
Thank you. So just to recognise that not everyone requires a smartphone or a tablet. We can use a good old-fashioned phone to talk to people about how they are. Plus, we home visit as well. What we don't want to do is let technology or access technology be a barrier to this. However, for those people who can have it, as I said earlier, we'd quite like to utilise technology to support some of that as much as we possibly can. So with the good old-fashioned phone and home visits, we hope to meet those needs of those individuals. In terms of hospital at home, you could substitute the language for virtual ward or hospital at home, and people call it slightly different things. I think what we call it here, or what NHS England calls it, is virtual wards. In previous parts of the country, they've had very similar schemes called hospital at home. So I don't think that's any different. In terms of what's the home environment like, what are the needs like? Do they require carers? Do they require other support? So much like we do with someone who would traditionally stay in a hospital bed, that assessment is done as part of their discharge. And if we're discharging someone into a virtual ward, we would do very much the same thing. Is it the right environment? Can we support their needs? Your point about can we monitor them effectively and as frequently as we need to in that environment? If we can't do it and they need that monitoring and it can't be done in the home, then they won't be eligible for the virtual ward. We don't want to deliberately not meet someone's needs or take away the things that they would have relied upon in hospital that are needed for them to recover appropriately. And in terms of how we're trying to think about some of the rural environment, of course, we do face barriers with traditional hospital stays about being able to find the right carers and support now. That's unfortunately no different with the virtual ward. So something we continue to work on is, can we provide the right care, whether that's social support, family support? If that doesn't exist, what other support is required for that individual? we will do that as we would with any traditional hospital discharge.
Thank you very much, John. I'm just thinking this subject will come up at our quarterly liaison meetings with CUH and Royal Papworth, as it already has. And so, I know it's something we're going to want to keep an eye on. Thank you so much for all the questions. And I'm sorry we haven't been able to go round for a second round. There is just a tiny little final report that will have, which I'm sorry to make you, oh, John, thank you for coming. We're moving to our next report. Oh, and we need to note the progress of the virtual award program, which we've done, and as I say, I'm sure we'll be discussing it into the future. So thank you for coming.
Thank you.
And Kate Parker is going to talk to us about the NHS quality accounts and get all of us on board with that.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So some of you committee members will remember this report comes round in various iterations every year. So it's regarding quality accounts, which the NHS healthcare providers are supposed to produce on an annual basis. And within that process, they have an important role to consult with yourself as a Health Overview Scrutiny Committee. So we bring this report every year because we're trying to find a way of actually commenting on all the quality accounts that we receive from our NHS providers. The difficulty that we have is the timescales don't ever match the committee schedules. So what we've done for this year is provided you with a different approach to responding to the quality accounts. So I just wanted to add that the quality accounts are actually really important documents. They're quite big documents, but very important because they do report on the trust's quality and show improvements and the services that they deliver to their local communities and stakeholders. So what we're proposing this year, because we had some difficulty last year in that we appointed a task group, but unless you've actually got close working relationship with the trusts, it's quite difficult then to understand what's in their quality accounts. So what we're proposing this year is that the existing liaison group membership would actually take each of the quality accounts that come from their provider trust that they attend, and they would then be part of that task force for that task and finish group for that particular quality account. That doesn't preclude anyone from joining. So if you have an interest, you are very welcome to join that task and finish group. But that's the proposal that we're putting forward this year to see if it works more effectively than last year.
Thank you, Kate. I know it's been said before as a reassurance, these are not the financial accounts of these organizations. These are very readable, very interactive, user-friendly, public-facing documents. Sorry, the ones that I've read were, I'm sticking with those. But they are very interesting. And I think if you have a dollop of interest in any of our NHS trusts, and you wanted to have a look, it's interesting to see what they say about themselves and what they will say what's not working. And if you know something other, if you are as a local member, you have your, the privilege of insights from your residents. It is a really interesting opportunity to participate. So hopefully this exercise will have more takers this year. I think Philippa has a question.
Yes, following on from that, I don't see how we can recommend B unless we know that there will be representation of those wards, particularly Fenland and East, who are presently not taking part in the liaison groups. There's an access and an equity issue here that troubles me greatly. that, you know, people who, you know, that my area is well represented, others are, but we have big gaps geographically in the reach of B. And I think it is up to members of this committee to deal with that. Because to absent yourselves from these groups, I'm afraid, does not do justice to your residents. And we do need to get a county-wide input on behalf of residents into this process.
Thank you, Philippa. Did anybody, Chris, would you like to speak? Thanks.
Thank you. There are a number of issues involved with this process. One of the most difficult being that not all the hospital trusts necessarily produce their reports at the time that they really should, making the time scale for response even more difficult. And what had been the solution that we had adopted, if you recall, in the old health committee days, was to allocate to one individual for any particular trust. In fact, that one individual tended to do more than one trust, but to allocate to one individual the overall responsibility for producing a response, which would then be circulated around and people could comment upon it. And sometimes I feel that the danger is if you have a subcommittee looking at this, a group of individuals, it's like trying to design a horse with a committee and you end up with a camel. And the danger is that you don't have the cohesiveness that you can achieve if you have one key individual who is looking at it and being the guiding person. So my suggestion is, see how this works this year. And if it isn't as successful as is hoped, see if it can be more successful next year with maybe a different approach. So that was my comment when I read that. So far as representation is concerned, I have to say that today's meeting has been, I found, overall very constructive and consensual. The problem that some of us have had is that we have felt very excluded from the decision-making processes which have existed on the health side in the last couple of years within the council. If there continues to be the opportunity for constructive and proper debate and questioning, then some of us may feel more able to represent the county council in a way we haven't been able to feel that we can represent the county council over the last 2 years. Thank you, Chairman.
I just want to say the person who you mentioned, we had one member of the committee who did all the quarterly liaison, did all the quality accounts. She happened to have an amazing set of skills and she volunteered to do that. And I think we were just extremely lucky. We had Councillor Linda Jones with us for a few years, but I think that was an unusual situation. And I think actually it's more sustainable to share the workload. And this won't be writing quality accounts by committee at all. The quarterly liaison meetings each have a very small number, a small team associated with each one, 2 or 3 people. And that team will be invited to look at the quality account for that organization. And I think actually it will bring together what we have learned over the course of the year. And allow us to take up new issues at future meetings. So I do, sorry, Kate, I haven't given you a chance to answer, to come back, but that would be my response. Kate.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to kind of add that in terms of your response, it is just a statement. So you do also get an opportunity to clarify. We have found that in particular, North West Anglia Foundation Trust has been really good around that, where they've given stakeholders opportunities to actually meet staff and question around the quality accounts. So it's almost two-phased. So you get a clarification process, and then you also get the opportunity to have a statement that's published at the end of the quality account. So it doesn't have to be a very long document or response, but in the past, what we've done is we have picked up on the things that we've felt were really important and issues that were raised in liaison meetings or at committee meetings. So it is an opportunity to actually let the trusts know that we're listening.
Great. I think we're going to finish the meeting before 4 o'clock. We're going to move to the recommendations, if that's all right with everyone. The Adults and Health Committee is asked to note the requirement for NHS provider trusts to request comment from health scrutiny committees, and to delegate approval of the responses to the quality accounts to the head of public health business programs acting under the instruction of, the members of the committee appointed to the task and finish group. To appoint those members of the committee that participate in the quarterly liaison groups to become members of the associated task and finish group on NHS quality accounts. Are you all happy with that? Yeah. Okay, so that recommendation is carried. I think that brings us to the end of the meeting. Thank you very much for attending, and the next meeting will take place on the 29th of July. Sorry, June, when the weather will be very different. Okay. Hopefully. Thanks.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I just congratulate you on your chairing of the meeting, Susan. I know that you had your technical difficulties at the very beginning, but excellent. Thank you.
And I'll say bye-bye now. I'll go offline.